Chapter 865, Pacification. To be honest, even if Ling Han did not dodge nor parry and chose to face it head-on, absolutely nothing would happen to him. However, before he was absolutely certain he could kill Ao Jian, he did not intend to expose the secret that his physique was as tough as godly metal. If Ao Jian found out about this, then would he still fight Ling Han? You got to be kidding. Faced with an opponent that was impossible to kill or even wound, who would still have ideas of continuing the battle? Ling Han was waiting for a chance, or it could be said that he was creating a chance, to let Ao Jian assume that he had grasped Ling Han's weakness and deliver a fatal strike. From that, his own weakness would also be exposed, so Ling Han would be able to counter with an attack of his own. The two of them were equally matched. If you wouldn't give me a chance to hit you, how could I give that chance to you? For elites on their level, it was impossible that they would not reserve any power after every blow in order to leave a way out for themselves. Thus, even if an attack missed, they would still have strength remaining to parry or dodge. Ling Han wanted to let Ao Jian assume that his attack was capable of wounding him severely, or even killing him. Only then would the latter not reserve any strength and burst out with his full power. Once that happened, after the strongest attack, his own defenses would hit rock bottom, and that would be the time for Ling Han to counterattack and kill him. Now Ao Jian precisely thought that he had grasped this kind of chance. Ling Han did not reveal an obvious opening. This would be absolutely incapable of fooling a genius like Ao Jian, and he would easily see through the trap. Hence, only through his painstaking efforts did Ling Han manage to reveal a careless opening. Furthermore, after a series of attacks, he continuously enlarged this opening, giving Ao Jian a reason to deliver a strike with his full strength. The silver spear shattered the void, the true dragon roared. This was an extremely powerful blow. Even if it was Ma Duo Bao, he would only die with a grudge if he took this blow head-on. The strike landed. A pleased expression immediately appeared on Ao Jian's face. No matter how much of a monster you were, so what? Being hit by this strike of his, the only path would still be death. Peng, the spear tip stabbed into Ling Han's chest, and the true dragon wreaked havoc, wanting to penetrate Ling Han's chest and burst his heart. However, the fabric on Ling Han's chest had indeed been ripped, but his skin underneath was glowing with a jade-like brilliance, indestructible and undamaged. Fuck, what kind of physique was that? Ao Jian was instantly stunned. Was this guy really a human? Were you sure that you weren't a monster from the immortal realm? Take a strike from me as well. Ling Han took advantage of the opportunity to counterattack. His opponent had just delivered his strongest attack, and was currently in the lapse period of his power and defenses. Although it was only for a single short instant, for Ling Han, an instant was enough. The Revere Life Sword exuded endless brilliance, and slashed out at Ao Jian's head. 10,000 techniques returned to one. Pooh, as the sword's light washed over, a human head shot upwards. Blood shot skywards from the beheaded body like a divine waterfall, shaking the space as if it wanted to incite the shattering of the heavens and earth. He's killed. When the seven kings saw this, all of them felt Ma Duo Bao was avenged. This person actually wanted to whip the dead body of their ruler. This drove them into a mad rage, and now that Ao Jian was beheaded by Ling Han, they naturally felt excited and the depression in their hearts slightly soothed. He's not dead. Ling Han shook his head, his eyes gazing into the distance. How could that be? Isn't that his body? The seven kings were all puzzled. This is only his shell, but his spirit has already departed from his body. Ling Han frowned. Normally, though the spirit could leave the body, that was only something an immortal could do. Additionally, it had to be a very powerful immortal that had cultivated his spirit to an incredibly sturdy extent, and was absolutely not something every immortal could do. Yet Ao Jian was undoubtedly just in the shattering void tier. Looks like this man should have obtained some kind of secret treasure, or perhaps some kind of godly medicine, which allowed his spirit to leave his body, Ling Han thought as he put the Revere Life Sword away. Although Ao Jian's spirit had escaped, his physical body had been killed here, so it was not completely fruitless. Your Majesty, the seven kings once again exclaimed in grief. Today was the day of great grief for the Purple Moon Empire. Their emperor had fallen, while the official name of their nation had withered away and would no longer exist. Ling Han sighed and said, "Don't bother about all that first, let's make the funeral arrangements for Brother Ma." This gained the agreement of the seven kings. It was natural for a dead person to be buried and at rest. Those that had come to attend the ritual became the people who would accompany Ma Duo Bao on his final journey. Every person was filled with tremendous respect for the great elite Ma Duo Bao was. He had fallen at the final step of splitting open the skies. His death had been for the sake of this whole realm. Otherwise, with Ma Duo Bao's capabilities, wouldn't it have been easy for him if he had wanted to defend himself? There would always be some people who could use their lives to fight for the sake of their dreams. The previous ruler had passed away, so a state funeral was naturally held. Moreover, he had died for the whole realm. The funeral lasted throughout a whole month. Furthermore, Ling Han personally delivered Ma Duo Bao's body into the core of the earth so that it would forever accompany the lower realm. There were still many matters to deal with afterwards. The handover of a nation was naturally not something that could be done with mere words. There were many details and trivial matters to be dealt with. Thankfully, though Helian Xuanxue was no longer here, he still had with him a veteran like the Rain Emperor, who managed to share much of the pressure on Ling Han. Meanwhile, Helian Tianyun once again entered the seas, and began to recapture the four seas. Although Ao Jian had not fully died, he was only left with a spirit. Even if he did appear again, so what? Would he be able to be a match for Helian Tianyun? One had to know that Helian Tianyun had battle prowess of 20 stars of Shattering Void tier all those years ago, and his level in monstrosity was in no way inferior to Ma Duo Bao. Now that he had returned back to the Shattering Void tier, his power advanced rapidly, and it would definitely not be too long before he once again returned to the peak. Ling Han, on the other hand, worked hard at cultivation. The current him was not yet qualified to split open the skies. To be safe, he had to reach the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier. People were always forgetful. Ma Duo Bao had battled so fiercely at the time, but after half a year had passed, they were all living their own lives, and it was rare that people would speak again of this tragic figure. However, Ling Han and the 7 kings were naturally not going to forget him. They were all filled with eagerness to split open the skies, to become immortals, and to annihilate the 5 sects and the Ao clan. This was not something that could be achieved overnight, but none of them lacked patience or determination. Helian Tianyun once again swept the seas, and united the 4 seas into one, which also became the territory of the Great Ling Empire. Now, it was really, all land under the skies belonged to imperial authority. Ling Han could grasp the movements in every place in the world if he wanted to. He had now control over all the resources of the entire realm, and added with the Black Tower, his cultivation rate was naturally frighteningly quick. Of course, most importantly, it was also because he had experienced the Shattering Void tier once before in his reincarnation, which allowed him to attain the comprehension of the Shattering Void tier in advance, so there was not even a bit of bottleneck for him. After another half a year, Ling Han finally advanced into the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier. By now he was only 22 years old. Throughout my journey, I have perfected my cultivation or even surpassed the limits, so my current strength has reached 10 stars. Ling Han estimated his own battle prowess. Even though he had managed to reach perfection for all the previous 9 tiers, and now he only needed to increase his battle prowess by a single star, one should know that the difference of a single star in Shattering Void tier meant a world of difference. This kind of improvement was incredibly amazing. If I used my full power, my conventional battle prowess would reach 20 stars. This was not Ling Han's limit, because he had just advanced into the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier, and could still polish his cultivation and purify his origin power further in order to further increase his strength. Perhaps he might be able to reach 11 stars of Shattering Void tier. Then, his standard battle prowess would be able to break through the limits of 20 stars of the Shattering Void tier. Chapter 866. Sovereign's Arrival upon Wind Moon Sect. This was extremely amazing. Ma Duo Bao was so powerful, but his conventional battle prowess could only be 20 stars. Overcoming this limit in battle prowess was indeed terrifying beyond comparison. Helian Tianyun would also have an opportunity to reach battle prowess of 21 stars. Given that he had nurtured his second life from the true Dragon Fang, he ought to be even stronger. In that case, what if he was boosted with Power of the Nation? Ling Han condensed Power of the Nation, gathering its terrifying power which pushed his power up to 20 stars of Shattering Void tier. This was the limit allowed by the lower realm and couldn't be upgraded anymore. This was the accumulation of the entire power of the nation of the 4 seas and the mainland. The limit of this power wouldn't just be 20 stars of Shattering Void tier. Other people would not have encountered this problem at all, because their bodies wouldn't be able to bear it, and would explode into pieces before they could reach the ultimate power of 20 stars of Shattering Void tier. However, Ling Han's body had reached the level of godly metal, and was still unable to accommodate all of it. Although the power wouldn't immediately come into effect within his own body, It was possible that before taking a strike, similar to how condensing spiritual chi of heaven and earth would enhance the power of that strike, his power would conversely be enhanced as well. 25 stars of shattering void tier? Ling Han wasn't sure. This kind of battle prowess was unprecedented, so there was nothing to reference. In short, he had to be stronger than Ma Duo Bao when he split open the sky, and definitely not by just a tiny bit. But my actual trump card is my physique, Ling Han thought to himself. When the time came for him to split open the sky, the ultimate elites of the Immortal Realm's 5 sects would definitely strike again. However, their attacks would be weakened by the powers of the realm, so what if they reached the level of 25 stars? He still could not be wounded. There's a little bit of progress with my cultivation of the second layer of the indestructible heaven scroll. My spirit might not have been strengthened, but it has become more stable. Intending to kill me using the heart of martial arts is completely impossible. The indestructible heaven scroll was indeed very strange, the focal point being indestructible. The techniques of others would increase either their origin power or their brute force, but the first layer of his technique increased the strength of his physical body. The second layer of his technique was also similarly increasing the stability of his spirit rather than letting it grow stronger. I heard that the immortals cultivate their spirits. If the spirits are placed outside the main body, they will be like another version of the self, yet could still evolve into a gold body as tall as thousands of meters and be millions of kilometers away in an instant. It is extremely amazing. Even though the indestructible heaven scroll can't strengthen the spirit, it can steadily promote its sense of security just like the physique. The current me is strong enough to split open the sky. However, I must first resolve some issues passed down through history. Ling Han thought to himself that upon successfully splitting open the sky and having entered the immortal realm, there would be countless powerful forces coming over to compete for control of the lower realm. Ling Han would not be able to resist. Anyone else also wouldn't be able to resist, and would have no other choice but to give in. According to Yi Shuang, the great forces of the immortal realm would not directly annex a small realm that came up by splitting open the sky, but would absorb it as a dependent country. Its sovereign couldn't hold his position to oversee the country, but needed to submit as hostage. Not satisfied? Then you would be immediately sent to war at the realm's boundary. You would possibly be dead within minutes. In other words, after splitting open the sky, all living creatures of the lower realm could escape the fate of being refined into a realm pill, and even get a better cultivation environment. However, the one who opened up the sky would lose his freedom, and possibly become a country's sovereign in name only. However, Ling Han believed in himself shallow waters might be able to trap a true dragon for a while, but not forever. First, let's go to Wind Moon Sect 1. Ling Han did not bring anyone else. His figure unfolded and rushed toward the Wind Moon Sect. In the past, he had killed Hu Qingfang, the only son of Hu Jianyi, the sect leader of the Wind Moon Sect. He ended up being chased down by Hu Jianyi. Later, thanks to Feng Piyun's assistance, Hu Jianyi had to back out. However, Ling Han said at the time that after his cultivation had reached the heaven tier, he would personally go to the Wind Moon Sect and uproot this evil sect. It was only that he had been busy cultivating so far. It was only now that he finally had some free time. His current speed was extremely fast, so fast that he had already arrived at the main gate of Wind Moon Sect one day later. From the outside, this sect did appear rather elegant with white clouds lingering on the peaks, full of an ethereal atmosphere. Yet this was a place where evil people were sheltered and wrongdoing accepted, hiding unrivaled darkness. Ling Han raised his right hand, and the rock spirit leapt out of the black tower. He instructed calmly, "Tear it apart." The rock spirit immediately burst into a smile. Old stone was really skilled in things like wreaking havoc. Ping! It rushed out and slammed on the main gate with a punch, directly blasting it out of the way. Suddenly, gravel flew everywhere, causing the disciples of the Wind Moon Sect who were guarding the main gate to curse incessantly. When they were hit by the gravel, the pain was so deep that they felt it in their bones. It was unbearably torturous. "Who are you? How dare you break into the Wind Moon Sect?" they reproved while crying in pain. They would be skinned alive by the sect's elites if they turned back without confirming the identity of the intruder. Of course, the rock spirit would not pay any attention to them. It brandished its long and thick arms, not even needing to smash, and a rising gale already turned those disciples of the Wind Moon Sect into bloody froth. It had already achieved the shattering void tier, and furthermore had reached the third layer thereof. Thus, such destructive power was nothing surprising. Ling Han walked with his hands crossed behind him as he headed into the mountains. "Huara! Stop where Go and inform the sect's elites A lot of the Wind Moon sect's disciples jumped out along the way, but they were all immediately smashed to death by the rock spirit. Even the strong were no exception. When an elite of the deity transformation tier was also smashed to death, no one dared to jump out anymore. They just looked at the rock spirit with a fearful gaze. Just what kind of existence was this? So inconceivably strong. Kill all of them, Ling Han said coldly. Had it been any other party, he would have shown mercy and given them a way out. At the very least, he would not have killed all of them from top to bottom. However, the disciples of the Wind Moon sect were an exception because they all practiced a harvest supplement technique. Their lifetime of cultivation had been built upon the sacrifice of countless human lives. Everyone had a way to kill. Rock Spirit faithfully executed the order, and its mind shrouded the entire Wind Moon sect, not allowing anyone to escape. For a shattering void tier cultivator, doing this was just too easy. Stop. Wu Jianyi finally appeared. Clenching his teeth, he looked at Ling Han with eyes full of hatred and even more fear. It took only a few years for this young man to grow to the height that he could only look up to. He did know that Ling Han would one day surpass himself, but did not expect that this day would come so fast. Stop? Whom are you giving orders to? Ling Han said with indifference. The rock spirit only listened to the commands of Ling Han alone. Of course, it paid no heed to Wu Jianyi and kept smashing incessantly. No matter how far the disciples of the Wind Moon sect had hidden, it could still crush them to death using a punch from a distance. The gap in strength was really too large. If you do not stop, these women will be dead, Wu Jianyi said coldly as he pointed to a platform halfway up the mountain. Ling Han focused his gaze over in that direction and saw that there were hundreds of women sitting on the platform. They were all very young, but now there was a sharp blade placed against each of their necks, and behind them stood a murderous Wind Moon sect disciple. As long as you pledge not to make things difficult for the Wind Moon sect, I can also swear that this sect will properly practice a righteous path of cultivation from today, Wu Jianyi proposed. Chapter 867, Take me as your master. Ling Han couldn't help but burst out laughing, saying, On what basis should I believe that a dog will change its asterisk? I've applied a secret technique on these women. Just by projecting my intention, their hearts will explode, causing their death. Furthermore, as long as my heart stops beating, they will suffer the same fate. Wu Jianyi sneered. As the ruler of the great Ling Empire, can you bear those innocent people dying for your sake? No. Ling Han shook his head. Wu Jianyi immediately felt overjoyed and said, Then quickly make an oath. Whoever said that I will let you go? Ling Han smiled. You really are a shameless person. Don't think too highly of yourself. Damn it. Wu Jianyi's eyes shot fire. Are you making fun of me? I am a sect leader at the least. If worst comes to worst, I shall destroy everything. Anyway, there are so many beautiful ladies to accompany me, so at least I won't be lonely in the afterlife. I've already said in your dreams. Why are you still being so narcissistic? Ling Han said smilingly. Humph. Then I shall kill a few as a reminder to you. Wu Jianyi said menacingly. Since Ling Han became the sovereign of the Middle State, he had foreseen that a day like this would happen. Of course, he would not be resigned to wait for death, and thus had prepared for the present scene. So what if his act was despicable? As long as he could preserve his life, he would even do something that was more despicable by tenfold. Pooh. He felt a flash before his eyes, and then heard 2 heartbeats ringing in front of him. At first he could only stare blankly. He didn't expect Ling Han to strike against him. Could the latter really disregard the lives of those women? But he then had another thought, why would there be 2 heartbeats? Wasn't the other party just one person? He looked at Ling Han, and saw the latter's hand holding a bloody red heart. The strange thing was that the heart was still beating. His chest felt so painful. Wu Jianyi lowered his head, and was surprised to see that there was a bloody hole in his chest, where fresh blood was oozing out. Only then did he realize that the heart that Ling Han was holding in his hand was his. When did the other party claw out his heart? Incomprehensible thoughts flashed through Wu Jianyi's mind, but the fact was that his consciousness was becoming fuzzy. He had wanted to issue the order to kill, annihilating everyone and letting them be buried together with him in death, but this thought could not be projected out at all. In front of him there was only Ling Han's chilly gaze. At the back of his mind, his consciousness, which was getting more and more blurry, slowly dissipated from his body, causing him to become a corpse. Ling Han came onto the platform with a quick step, and unleashed his imposing aura. Ping, 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 everyone was trembling all over, not even having the ability to move a finger. Ling Han's divine sense swept past. With APA Pa Pa, the disciples of the Wind Moon Sect were killed as their hearts were crushed to pieces, while those captured women were released. A plan to hinder him using a method of the Heaven Tier. Ling Han summoned the guards in the nearby cities, and let them escort these women back. This kind of trivial matter certainly wouldn't need to be taken on personally by the country's sovereign. He linked with the totem and placed the entire lower realm under his telepathic sense. He remained motionless and abruptly opened his eyes a day later. Found it. He immediately unfolded his body and flew to a place in the middle state. One day later, Ling Han came to a small town. Just a day ago, he had discovered through the totem that a member of the Thousand Corpse sect was roaming here, and he was one of the General's Corpse boss. Before entering the Immortal realm, Ling Han had to completely eliminate the Thousand Corpse sect. On the contrary, there was no news on the remaining members of the 5 great sects such as the Sword King and the others. It was unknown on which mountain or deep in which forest they were hiding. They would likely only appear when the Immortals descended to the lower realm. Ling Han walked slowly looking for traces of Corpse Boss. Without realizing, he came to a river. In front, there was a young man standing on a large rock with his gaze fixed on the river. His facial expression was very interesting. One moment he was angry and the next disappointed. He looked to be just about 15 or 16 years old, but seemed to have met with huge setbacks in life. Gonna jump? Ling Han asked casually as he walked over. The clothing worn by the young man was of very high grade, but the fabric was old and had been washed to the point that their colors faded, turning spotlessly clean. It seemed that he had been wearing the same piece of clothing without any replacement. He turned around to look at Ling Han before immediately regaining his composure. You can be assured. I won't jump. Based on your looks, it seemed that you will jump in any time, Ling Han said with a smile. This has nothing to do with you, right? The young man said indifferently. Ling Han was idle anyway, so he suggested, let's talk about it. What grievances have you encountered? The young man cast him another glance. Naturally, he did not intend to have a heart-to-heart talk with a stranger, but he couldn't resist Ling Han, who had rich experiences in life. With just a few words that had struck home with him, he unconsciously opened up and started talking about it. My name is Ding Ping, the first heir to the Ding family. I have been strong as an ox since young, and have been hailed as a genius and incessantly sought after by my clansmen. I also have a very beautiful fiancée. However, time slowly passed, yet my spirit base has yet to be awakened. It was only half a year ago that my spirit base had finally awakened, but it is a wilted spirit base with no way to cultivate. Now, my family members regard me as trash, and my fiancée terminated our marriage contract. I'm resentful, wondering why would the heavens do this to me? What I am even more dissatisfied with is that I have worked harder and put in more effort than anyone else in the past few years. Why am I still lacking compared to the others? The young man felt extremely aggrieved. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, in this world, it has always been the case that success isn't achieved just based on efforts alone. Bang, this was a hit on the head. The young man was already upset to begin with. When he heard those words, he couldn't help but become so agitated that he wanted to bite someone. However, if you don't work hard, then you definitely won't succeed. Ling Han turned his words around. He looked at Ding Ping and said, do you have a lot of strength? Ding Ping could not help but reveal a little pride, saying, even those who have been cultivating for 4 to 5 years will not dare to compete with me in strength. This was quite amazing. One should have reached the 5th layer of the body refining tier after 4 to 5 years of cultivation, right? Ling Han couldn't help but became intrigued. He clearly didn't sense any strong bloodline from Ding Ping's body. He said, give me a demonstration. Ding Ping initially did not pay any heed to Ling Han. Did the latter not see him being depressed? But the words of Ling Han seemed to have supreme charisma, so much so that he couldn't help but do as requested. He jumped off the stone, and lifted up with both hands the huge stone that was comparable to an ox. This stone was at least a few thousand kilograms. Ling Han was taken aback. If this young man had practiced body arts, then it wouldn't be unusual for him to lift such a large stone, but that didn't seem to be the case at all. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth, sweeping over the young man's body with his eyes, and suddenly discovered wherein the strangeness lay. The skeletal structure of this young man was completely different from ordinary people's. Through the clever borrowing of power, it made him one of a kind. It was clear that he only had the strength of 4 tails, but could raise up heavy objects of thousands of kilograms in weight. Of course, this required the skeletal structure of this young man to be very sturdy. Otherwise it would be crushed bit by bit under such weight. This could be seen from the streaks of patterns branded upon his bones. How many people would have been born with bone patterns? Ling Han couldn't help laughing and said, "Young man, take me as your master." Chapter 868, Tempered into Steel. Ding Ping put down the huge rock and looked at Ling Han with suspicion. This guy who was only older than him by a few years wanted to be his master? He said, "What can you teach me and what can I learn?" The first question was about Ling Han's ability, while the second was about Ding Ping's crippled spirit base. Did any technique which he could learn exist? Ling Han's face broke into a smile. He then walked to the side of that huge rock, stretched out a hand and easily lifted it up as if it wasn't a huge rock, but just a mass of cotton candy. Pooh! Ding Ping immediately widened his eyes and spewed out the entire length of his tongue in shock. Although he couldn't cultivate, the strength of his brute force could in fact surpass that of most of the adults in town, but even he couldn't just lift up such a huge rock single-handedly. Ling Han casually tossed the huge rock up and down and did so effortlessly. Indeed, had Ling Han not been fearful of scaring the kid, he could have lifted up an entire mountain. The current level of his physical strength had already stepped into that of the shattering void tier. Even without drawing strength from his origin power, his massive physical strength would strike other people speechless. Ding Ping couldn't help but be stupefied to think that the huge rock in hand was being tossed up and caught again as if it was a small pebble. He had to be seeing a ghost. "Watch carefully," Ling Han said with a smile while his right hand exerted a little force to toss, and the huge rock shot straight into the sky like an artillery shell and became a tiny dot in a flash. Ding Ping's mouth was so big that he could have swallowed a whole human head, and there were stars flashing in both his eyes. Now this was called power. In contrast, he was completely akin to a little baby who wasn't even qualified to be compared with Ling Han. So what if your spirit base is crippled? If the physical force is strong enough, it can crush everything. Ling Han said, paused and stretched out his palm towards the sky. The falling boulder fell into his hand and he then put it back onto the ground. Furthermore, it's not like the spirit base cannot be changed. Master. Ding Ping, his mind being alert at the arrival of good fortune, immediately knelt down and bowed to Ling Han. Ling Han received the other party's observance of 3 kowtows 9 salutations before helping the young man up. He said, "My surname is Ling, and given name is Han. You are my 5th apprentice." Ding Ping was a little surprised. Ling Han was older than him by only a few years, so how could he already have 4 apprentices? But then again, those capable were qualified to teach. Just the other party's action of tossing that huge rock was like a divine miracle to him. "I need to wait for a person here, and shall take you back to my country in a few days' time. However, since we are just idling anyway, let's first remold you thoroughly so as not to waste time," Ling Han said. Ding Ping couldn't help but feel excited. Remolding sounded like a sophisticated affair. Ling Han took out an alchemist's furnace and then a lot of medicinal herbs. Watching Ling Han bring out so many things out of thin air, Ding Ping could not help but be shocked. Is Master a god? It seemed like he had a treasure trove on hand. "Oh, you will know later." Ling Han smiled as he threw herbs into the furnace. He then grabbed Ding Ping before tossing him into the furnace as well, saying, "Remolding can greatly enhance the toughness of your skin, bones, and flesh, making your physical strength and defense stronger. However, this process is also very painful." He paused and said, "You can give up at any time, but once you give up, you will no longer be my apprentice. My apprentice's aptitude can be less than precocious, but his will must be tenacious." "Master, I shall endure it," Ding Ping said with a resolute gaze. He'd thought that he would be doomed to live his life as trash, but now that he saw hope, he would seize it no matter what. Would it be any more painful than the heartache caused by scornful looks that he had endured for the past 6 months? Now those really were sharp knives that gouged at him was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Ling Han laughed. Treating Ding Ping like an alchemical concoction, he began refining. What was the current level of his strength, and how precious were the medicinal herbs used? This furnace was filled with medicinal herbs that would have made the eyes of any shattering void tier cultivator bloodshot with jealousy. One should know that there were actually many cultivators in this world, but how many of them had upgraded their physique up to level 10 precious metal? 2. They were precisely Ma Duo Bao and Helian Tianyuneo Jian, a being of the immortal realm didn't count. Also, if such refining was to be done daily, then it might just be possible to refine the physique of any ordinary person up to level 10 precious metal, but what would it require? Limitless treasured herbs, in addition to an alchemy emperor who had reached the 9th layer of the shattering void tier to personally undertake such a task. It could be said that, other than Ling Han, no one would have such a skill. Ah! Ding Ping soon let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being butchered. It hurt too much. However, the young man only shouted twice before he forcefully kept his mouth shut. He clenched his teeth tightly as blue veins started popping out on his forehead and his entire body shivered uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he forced himself to bear with it. His cold sweat streamed and the bones in his entire body crackled noisily. This wasn't a simple matter of remolding but also forging of bones. Forging of bones crushed the bones to remove impurities, then weld them back together and crush them again. This process would be repeated, treating the bones like cast iron to be tempered into steel. After a while, Ding Ping's mouth narrowed into a thin line, his nostrils were letting out sounds of deep breathing, and his eyes reflected the suffering endured with blood and tears. His lips were already torn from biting, but his gaze remained resolute. Good. Ling Han nodded internally. The young man's bone structure was different from ordinary people's. Furthermore, its extraordinary sturdiness made him the best candidate for cultivating body arts. However, just having natural endowment wasn't enough. In order to climb to the peak of martial arts, the most important thing was to have tenacious willpower, a heart that never gave up. In this way, when you were in danger, you would think about how to get out of trouble and how to solve problems instead of waiting for death. It could even be said that people who were highly talented but possessed weak willpower might not necessarily reach the pinnacle of success. On the contrary, those who were less talented but had a strong will might be able to do so. Of course, it was the best to have both talent and strong will. Now that Ding Ping showed he had both talent and will, it made Ling Han very pleased. This refining process took one day and one night. During this period, the Ding clan actually did not come looking for Ding Ping. It could be seen that this young man who was once regarded as the rising star of the Ding clan had been completely abandoned. Ling Han opened up the furnace, lifted out Ding Ping and said, "Follow my lead, I will pass on to you a technique to cultivate body arts. 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art." Ding Ping was finally freed from living hell, and immediately found out how great his progress was full of strength, feeling as if he could smash a tall mountain to pieces with a single punch. He quickly said, "Yes." Through a session of drill and practice, Ling Han carefully explained the mnemonic chant. Some parts could not be expressed in words, so he directly pointed out a finger and taught Ding Ping using telepathy. How could a cultivator who had reached the 9th layer of the shattering void tier not have such ability? Even the 8 kings could pass on their mystical powers, what more Ling Han? Ding Ping acted in accordance to the law, but after a while, his stomach was making a noise like thunder. He couldn't help but turn red in the face, looking somewhat sheepish. He was hungry. Chapter 869, 2 Different Worlds. To have gotten hungry was only normal. The source of energy for refining the body was the food one consumed. Ding Ping had not eaten all day and night. In addition, now that he had started cultivated a body art, he naturally would have gotten hungry immediately. Ling Han burst out laughing and said, "Let's eat first." He took out ingredients from the Black Tower and proceeded to cook them. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted throughout the entire place. Ding Ping could not help but drool. After allowing himself to take a bite, he could not stop eating. Looking at him happily chowing down the meat piece by piece, Ling Han could not help but think of Hunyeo. I wonder if that little girl is doing well in the immortal realm? She shouldn't be eating less meat, right? When the time came for him to meet Hunyeo again, the other party should no longer be a little girl, but rather an elegant young woman. A girl changes 18 times before reaching womanhood 1. Would the little girl no longer like an uncle, like him? Ling Han was immersed in his own thoughts for a while before starting to eat. His splitting open the sky was imminent. As long as he entered the immortal realm, he would then be under the same starry sky as his familiar day would come when he reunited with them. At this moment, Ding Ping felt a little strange, such delicious food, yet Master was distracted. He truly deserved to be called Master. He probably had eaten such food too many times before and already grew tired of it. After eating, Ding Ping only felt that his whole body was full of strength. He then practiced the 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art, and after briefly completing a single practice session, went to lift the huge rock again. To his astonishment, he found that his strength had increased by more than tenfold. It had been just one day. Moreover, much of the upgrade wasn't simply just brute strength but things like the toughness and durability of his skin and bones. These were invisible from the outside. Ling Han nodded, saying, "Currently your body cultivation has almost the strength of the third layer, but given your extremely bizarre skeletal structure, you can unleash 100-fold power. Hence, your explosive power is comparable to the condensed origin power of that layer. Go home and have a good rest and come back here every afternoon. When it's time to leave for good, I will naturally bring you along." With a respectful expression, Ding Ping bowed and said, "Yes, master." He was filled with joy from the bottom of his heart. He had initially thought that he had become a cripple. Never did he expect that he would push open another door of opportunity now. 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art. Upon major accomplishment, one would possess the true power of 9 dragons. How powerful would that be? He couldn't wait to go back to his clan and take a look at the smug faces of those people. He naturally had full reverence for Ling Han. After spending a brief period of one day together, he realized that his master's power was beyond imagination. Ling Han stayed by the river, waiting for the reappearance of Corpse Boss. He connected with the totem through divine sense, which allowed him to have a panoramic view of every corner of the small town. He wanted to test the nature of Ding Ping's heart. Having talent and will just prove that Ding Ping had potential to become an elite. However, this elite might be a good person or a bad person. Ling Han didn't want to nurture a monstrous devil with his own hands. Therefore, letting Ding Ping go back this time was a test of his temperament. Suddenly experiencing an exponential increase in strength and being regarded as a genius again, would he be able to guard his heart? Ding Ping returned to the town and came upon the Ding clan residence. He entered the manor in an upright and assertive manner. "Young master." The 2 guards at the door greeted him, yet their faces displayed derision, not showing even the slightest bit of respect. Everyone knew that Ding Ping had finally awakened his spirit base 6 months ago, but it was crippled, which meant he could not cultivate at all. Nowadays, what was the use of having just massive brute strength? The clan's elders had been discussing this matter for quite a while. The conclusion would be out in the next few days, and the position of Ding Ping as the clan's first heir would be abolished since there were so many of the Ding clan's younger generation to choose from. A plucked phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Was there still a need to show reverence too? Ding Ping's gaze swept across them. He harumphed, saying, "What is with your attitude?" "What attitude?" a guard asked in bewilderment. "Young Master Ding, what kind of attitude do you need us to have? In a few days' time, your position will become lower than that of a servant. So do take advantage of these few days and enjoy your last bit of glory as young Master Ding." Insolence. Ding Ping raised his hand and Pa gave him a slap in the face. That guard was just at the level of the body refining tier. How much could he block? Abruptly, he had been given a solid thrashing. Holding his face with one hand, he couldn't help but point his halberd at Ding Ping, saying, "You dare to hit me? And why not? As long as I am the young master of the Ding clan, I have the right to teach you how to be a servant." Ding Ping said coldly. "Haha, brother Ping sure is impressive." At this moment, a youngster came out from the manor. Ding Feiwen. Ding Ping's gaze swept across him and suddenly blazed with fire. Half a year ago, this clansman of his was still calling him Big Brother Ding, while going circles around him and bootlicking. However, once he discovered that Ding Ping had a crippled spirit base, his attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. Not only did he completely lose his respect for Ding Ping, he also disparaged the latter incessantly. A vile character through and through. Ha ha ha. Ding Feiwen laughed loudly. He was not alone. Beside him, there was a beautiful young maiden about 14 or 15 years old. Her body had already developed quite well, with very distinct contours and undulations. She was extremely alluring. Yuan Yuan. Ding Ping couldn't help blurting out her name once he caught a glimpse of the young maiden. At this moment, the little beauty bore a cold expression, saying, "Young Master Ding, we have terminated the engagement. Please don't call out my name so intimately. It will cause other people to misunderstand." Her name was Yi Yuan, and she was once Ding Ping's fiancée. However, half a year ago when she learnt that Ding Ping had a crippled spirit base, the Yi clan proceeded to terminate their engagement immediately. What a joke. Although the Yi clan's power wasn't on par with the Ding clan's, they would never allow the pearl of the clan to be betrothed to a piece of trash. Moreover, Yi Yuan's martial arts talent was quite amazing, and she was likely to have a promising future. Ding Ping couldn't help but felt incomparable pain in his heart. He sincerely liked Yi Yuan, and the other party had reciprocated his affection and been extremely gentle to him. However, since their engagement had been terminated 6 months ago, they had never seen each other again. Before, he had thought that Yi Yuan was put under house arrest by her family. It was only now that he realized that the other party's gentleness towards him in the past had all been mere pretense. This cut through his heart like a knife. Yeah, Brother Ping, please don't simply call out her name, as Yuan Yuan is now my fiancée. Ding Feiwen added. Seeing that Ding Ping's face had turned pale as if he had been hit with a heavy punch, he could not help but feel gratified. He used to be suppressed by Ding Ping. No matter how outstanding his achievements were, when compared to Ding Ping, he would be seen as ordinary. However, he had a scheming nature. Even though he hated Ding Ping, he still played the role of a younger brother in front of the other party because he valued power and influence more than arrogance and self-esteem. But now, Ding Ping had lost his position while he had been chosen to replace him. Naturally, he no longer had to keep up with the pretense, and could exhibit his fervor as well as ruthlessly strike against the person who used to tread above him. His face pale, Ding Ping cried out, Yuan Yuan. He genuinely liked Yi Yuan. However, the Yi Yuan in front of him now was completely irreconcilable with the person in his memory. There wasn't any similarity in the slightest. There were other 2 youngsters behind, and they immediately jumped out and shouted at Ding Ping, How dare you! The name of Brother Feiwen's fiancé isn't one you can simply call. Chapter 870, Collapsing with a Single Punch. Ding Ping's gaze swept across those 2 people. One was called Ding Yuxuan, while the other was Ding Xingwei. They used to be his own lackeys. If he had asked them to go east, they wouldn't dare to go west. But now, each one of them was shameless and arrogant, not having any respect for him in the least. In truth, Ding Ping also knew that he had a crippled spirit base, and therefore could not have continued to hold the position of the Ding clan's young master. He wouldn't have found it to be unacceptable should the clan request that he abdicate the position. But the vile expressions on these people's faces, turning against him so swiftly, caused him to feel bitterly disappointed. All of them belonged to the same clan. Did they need to be so cold and cynical? Right, I forgot to tell you a piece of good news. Ding Feiwen laughed happily. A few days ago, I went to the Crimson Sun Sect to become a disciple, and I have already been accepted. To be labeled a sect, this illustrated that they ought to have at least obtained the backing of an elite of the spiritual infant tier. Yet what was the power of the Ding clan? Only the spiritual ocean tier. This was just too wide of a gap. Therefore, Ding Feiwen being able to join the Crimson Sun Sect was great news for the Ding clan, no less than having one's daughter marry into royalty and become the imperial consort. It was no wonder that the Yi clan would act so quickly, betrothing Yi Yuan to Ding Feiwen. This was truly a powerful son-in-law. What would Ding Feiwen's cultivation level be when he came out of the Crimson Sun Sect in the future? The spiritual ocean tier at the very least, possibly stepping into the spiritual pedestal tier or even the flower blossom tier. He would be invincible within Whitewater Town. Brother Feiwen, you are so awesome. Yi Yuan aptly expressed her admiration at that moment, resulting in Ding Feiwen having a great sense of satisfaction. Ding Ping observed all of this with his own eyes. His heart had already calmed down. At this moment he suddenly let it go as he had it all figured out. Yi Yuan had never really loved him. She was only eyeing his position of Ding clan's young master and the potential that his clan had once held in high regard. Meanwhile, he himself had liked not the true Yi Yuan, but the gentleness which she had shown him under her pretense. This being the case, then why should he be sad? For the sake of a woman who didn't like him in the first place, was it worthwhile? Why bother with these people? They were just living in a pond without any idea of the vastness of the rivers and seas. Although Ling Han did not explicitly reveal his identity, Ding Ping could guess that the position of this new master of his was indeed extremely high. No one could match the dominance expressed within his every movement. One only needed to refer to the method used by Ling Han previously. In just a short span of one day, it had allowed Ding Ping to be reborn, with his current strength comparable to the first layer of the element gathering tier. Revealing this would surely scare his clan members to death. Furthermore, the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art would allow him to possess the true power of 9 true dragons upon perfection, which was even more amazing. In comparison, how could the position of Ding clan's young master compare? And what of being a disciple of the Crimson Sun Sect? In the midst of his thoughts, Ding Ping's mindset suddenly changed, and his temperament matured. He was no longer angry. The other party might not have regarded him as a clansman, but he still remembered their previous relations. He said softly, "Please let me pass, I would like to go in and rest." Pooh, ha ha ha. Both Ding Yuxuan and Ding Xingwei burst into laughter. Admitting defeat so soon? You are still Ding Clan's young master. As long as your title hasn't been taken away, you are still the leader of Ding Clan's younger generation. The corner of Yi Yuan's lips also revealed a careless sneer. Fortunately, she had found out about him earlier. Otherwise, wouldn't she have regretted it for a lifetime if she had gotten married to him? Ding Feiwen laughed loudly. He felt it wasn't good enough to step on this person whom he had always looked up to in the past if the latter didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. He separated his legs slightly and said, "Sure, you can crawl through here below me. Afterwards, I won't bully you anymore." Hee hee. Ding Yuxuan and the others were snickering, and even the two guards were also blatantly gloating. All of them were mocking him. Ding Ping looked at them with indifference. He said, "Don't block my way, otherwise, you will regret it." "Oh, I would like to see how you're going to make me regret it," Ding Feiwen said loftily. Ding Ping strode forward with his fists clenched tightly. "If you intend to pass through forcefully, then you have really overestimated yourself." Ding Feiwen snorted. He had awakened his spirit base 3 years ago, and presently his cultivation level was that of the 9th layer of the body refining tier. If it hadn't been that the barrier to the first layer of the element gathering was too difficult to break through, he was sure that he would have already stepped over it. But this wouldn't be a problem. As long as he entered the Crimson Sun sect, the sect's upper echelons would be able to give him pointers, and coupled with the provision of resources from the sect, the time for him to break through to the first layer of the element gathering tier was definitely close at hand. "Move." Ding Ping was already approaching him. "Are you even a match for me?" Ding Feiwen made the first move, attacking with both his palms. He knew that Ding Ping had a bizarre strength from an early age, so he shouldn't underestimate the latter's battle prowess, which was equivalent to the 5th layer of the body refining tier. But it was only just that. He only didn't want to be directly hit by the other party. When it came to a real fight, his strength of the 9th layer of the body refining tier would surely crush the other party. Hong. Ding Ping punched out, fast and heavy. Ping. Ding Feiwen's palms were forcibly separated by the attack, which was like a hot knife through butter as the punch slammed into his face. His muscles were suddenly undulating like water ripples, and his whole body was sent flying backwards. He severely smashed into the wall and rebounded. He was in so much pain that he wasn't able to get up for a while. What was going on here? Yi Yuan, Ding Yuxuan, Ding Xingwei and the two guards were all stunned. How was this possible? That was Ding Feiwen, a person whose cultivation level was that of the 9th layer of the body refining tier, the strongest person among the younger generation of the Ding clan. Even though Ding Ping had a strange ability, he had already been surpassed in strength by Ding Feiwen 2 years ago. However, the clan had been optimistic about his potential, and therefore had allowed him to retain the position of young master. It was truly unexpected that Ding Feiwen would be defeated with a single punch. Yi Yuan rounded her beautiful eyes in amazement. Could it be that the other party had been hiding his strength all along? Otherwise, how could he have defeated Ding Feiwen with a single punch even if Ding Feiwen had been careless or had not gone all out in the attack earlier? Ding Ping retracted his fists and left with large strides as if nothing had happened. Only he himself knew how emotionally stirred up his whole being was. This punch, he had been enduring for half a year, and today he finally lashed out. Launching a punch was easy, but to bring about such an effect had been too difficult. "Master!" Ding Ping cried out inwardly as if he was addressing a god, full of reverence. The attitude of his clan caused him to feel bitterly disappointed. Now, he only had one thought in mind, which was to wait for Ling Han to finish his affairs and take him away from this cold-hearted place. His parents and grandparents had passed away early. Although he had 2 uncles, they had basically ignored him for 6 months now. Brother Feiwen. After waiting for Ding Ping to walk far away, Yi Yuan and the others went to help Ding Feiwen get up. That bastard actually dared to launch a sneak attack on me. I am going to lodge a complaint to the clan's elders, and have them use the clan's rules to punish that bastard. Ding Feiwen said through gritted teeth, his face filled with embarrassment. Sneak attack. Ding Yuxuan and Ding Xingwei promptly nodded their heads in affirmation. That's right. That bastard must have attacked Brother Feiwen sneakily, Otherwise, how could he have defeated Brother Feiwen with a single punch? Ding Feiwen immediately glared at the two. They actually dared to mention his defeat. A glint flashed in Yi Yuan's beautiful eyes. She had to go home immediately to report this matter. Chapter 871, Misunderstanding. Far away, Ling Han could not help but smile and murmured, "Then let's just have things become slightly livelier." Through the totem he issued a few commands. If Sea Girl knew that I was making trouble like this, she would definitely say that I, an emperor, am ignoring my proper duties again, right? Ling Han gazed at the skies, filled with even more longing for his family, parents, son, and beauties. Who knew how they were now? Back to the topic. Ding Feiwen immediately raced to complain to the elites of the clan. Naturally, in his words, Ding Ping was despicable and shameless, and had used shameful means to plot against him. He was requesting the elites of the clan to act according to the clan rules and punish Ding Ping harshly. This of course enraged the elites of the clan. This Ding Ping was really inconsiderate. Just because his status of the young master of the clan had not yet been abolished, he actually dared to look down on the rules of the clan. "Call Ding Ping over immediately," one of the elites yelled, obviously extremely displeased. Yes. Ding Ping had just returned to his room, had a bath, and changed into a clean set of clothes, which was also his only other remaining set of clothes, and had not yet sat down firmly when he was summoned to meet the elites of the clan. He knew that Ding Feiwen had to have told tales. However, he had a clear conscience and followed without hesitation. The two wound here and there and very soon arrived at the conference hall of the clan. This was the place where the clan would confer on important matters, and also the place where punishments or rewards would be given. Greetings, Patriarch and Elders. Ding Ping was not arrogant and paid his greetings to all the elites in the hall, then stood somberly, his hands at rest on either side of him. "Ding Ping, do you know the error of your ways?" one of the elders asked. Ding Ping shook his head and answered, "No." "Insolence," another elder suddenly shouted. "You employed a devious scheme to injure Ding Feiwen, and you still have no intention to reflect on your actions." In reply to seventh elder, "I had not used any devious scheme. Instead, I had defeated him upright and frankly. If the elders do not believe me, I can fight Ding Feiwen again." Ding Ping said. "Nonsense." An elder shook his head resolutely. How could he possibly believe that Ding Ping had a chance of defeating Ding Feiwen? This naturally was the former's deliberate duplicity of the matter. "There is no need to consider again. I announce that Ding Ping's status as the first heir of the clan will be abolished from this day onwards," the Ding clan patriarch said. Half a year ago they had already considered this issue. However, when they recalled that Ding Ping's parents and grandparents had all sacrificed themselves for the sake of the clan, they had not immediately agreed on this matter. But Ding Ping's actions today had exceeded the limits tolerated by the clan, which angered them. Now they no longer hesitated. Ding Ping had long expected this. This did not cause him any emotional upheaval. However, the fact that the clan only listened to Ding Feiwen's one-sided story made him feel very wronged and angered. This was too unjust. "I am dissatisfied," he called out. "Dissatisfied? This is not up to you to decide," seventh elder said. "Do you think that you are still qualified to be in the position of the first heir of the clan?" Ding Ping said, "I am not dissatisfied about that, but instead the fact that you all should not just listen to Ding Feiwen's one-sided story. You think that we should believe that you can defeat Feiwen with your own power?" Fourth elder could not help but burst out laughing. This was a colossal joke. Ding Ping did indeed have some brute force, but he would only be a match for an opponent in the 5th or 6th layer of the body refining tier at most. How could it be that he would be able to match Ding Feiwen? "Why wouldn't you believe?" Ding Ping retorted. He was still filled with youthful vigor. "Let him come, I want to have a battle with him." "Insolence," fourth elder reproved. "Step down quickly. Someone, give Ding Ping 300 strikes of the staff as a warning to others." "I am dissatisfied. I am dissatisfied. I am dissatisfied," Ding Ping exclaimed, his head high. In this moment he really wished that he had supreme power so he could suppress everyone else and force them to listen to his words. "It is a decision of the clan. Who are you to express your dissatisfaction?" Third elder humphed and said, "Take him away quickly." "Report." It was at this moment that a man rushed in. "What caused you to be so flustered? Do you not know that we are having a clan meeting?" Third elder asked in displeasure. In reply to the patriarch and all the elders, Lord City Master is here, the servant replied. Shwa shwa shwa. The patriarch of the Ding clan and all the elders stood up. The Lord City Master was an extremely noble, highly placed figure, an existence that they could only look up to. One had to know that even the strongest elite in the Ding clan was only in the spiritual ocean tier, and what about Lord City Master? He was an elite in the flower blossom tier. Quick, go and receive him. How could the patriarch of the Ding clan still remain seated? He hurriedly led all the elders out to receive this great personage. What character was this Lord City Master? Why would he arrive personally so suddenly? Would this bring good fortune or trouble to the Ding clan? They all stepped out to receive him, and saw a tall man standing at the doors of the clan residence. He looked to be only in his 40s, but was exuding a frighteningly powerful aura, which almost made them feel like they were about to be blinded by his brilliance. For them, the flower blossom tier could be considered gods. They were able to fly and flee through the ground, had a lifespan of about 300 years, and were much too different from nobodies like them. How could they possibly be worth someone like that to personally come and pay them a visit? Greetings, Lord City Master. They all quickly knelt, incredibly respectful. The City Master had the surname Lu with the given name of Jinsher. He had immediately broke into a run to rush over here right after receiving Ling Han's sound transmission through the totem, and had not even managed to bring a single attendant with him. He laughed shortly, stretched out his arms to help them up, and said, "The Ding clan has a great celebration, and I have especially come to offer my congratulations." Great celebration? Where? All the members of the Ding clan were at a loss. Why were they completely clueless about this matter? Could it be that you all still do not know yet? That an outstanding genius of your esteemed clan has been taken as disciple by a great figure? Lu Jinsher asked, smiling. What? Everyone of the Ding clan was stunned. Someone who could be called a great figure by the Lord City Master. How highly placed and noble was a person like that? Spiritual infant tier? That was right, wasn't Ding Feiwen just taken as disciple by the Crimson Sun sect? This damn brat, he had obviously been taken as disciple by an elite of the spiritual infant tier, yet merely said that he had become a disciple of the Crimson Sun sect. Really, how could he be so modest? At times when he should be proud, he really should be proud. The members of the Ding clan all thought that they had understood, and all of them smiled in pleasure. Z's, even the Lord City Master came over personally to offer congratulations. The Ding clan was going to become great and soar high. Quick, go and summon Feiwen here, the patriarch of the Ding clan hurriedly said. In a short while Ding Feiwen had arrived. However, because he had suffered a punch from Ding Ping, there was a black circle around the side of his eye, which caused his image to greatly drop. This sight caused the muscles on Lu Jinsher's cheek to twitch. A disciple taken by that lord? Why would he have such conduct? However, because the Ding clan had gladly invited this person out, he naturally held no doubts and quickly said smilingly, "Young Master Ding, congratulations. To be taken as disciple by that lord, please take care of me in future." Ding Feiwen was baffled. The elders of the clan were pandering too much, and even the noble Lord City Master lowered his own status, treating him like some important figure. What was going on? He had indeed entered the Crimson Sun sect, but had not been favored by any great figure. Could it be that there was an amazing turn of events in the script? Chapter 872, My Master Ling Han. All the important people of the clan were offering their congratulations, and so was the Lord City Master, which caused Ding Feiwen to become so smug and conceited that he was practically about to forget his own name. That should be the case, right? He had gained the favor of some major figure of the Crimson Sun sect, and had been taken as disciple, just that he had yet to get the news. Ho, that must be it. Fuck, Ding Ping, that bastard actually dared to give me a punch. I'm definitely going to make him pay dearly for it this time. Lord City Master, this way please, the patriarch of the Ding clan hurriedly said. This was no place for conversation. Please? Please? They all moved to the main hall and sat in the respective seats for hosts and guests. Because Lu Jinsher's status was much too high, they still felt ill at ease even though he had been offered the high seat of the host, fearing that they would have treated this noble guest too lightly. Lord Patriarch Elders. Ding Feiwen smirked as he looked at Ding Ping. How do you plan on dealing with this person? We have already come to a decision. We shall abolish his status as the first heir of the clan, and will give him a harsh punishment with 300 heavy strikes of the staff. The patriarch of the Ding clan said. Although Ding Feiwen's tone had suddenly become lofty and proud, which caused him slight displeasure, when he recalled that even the Lord City Master humbled himself, what right did he have to complain? Such a light punishment? Ding Feiwen's self-satisfaction was close to exploding. Even the Lord City Master acted like he would do anything as long as there was a word from him, so what need was there for him to continue to take the elites of the clan to heart? I am an actual true disciple of the Crimson Sun Sect. However arrogant, however tyrannical he acted, it would be accepted as natural. Then, according to Feiwen, how should we deal with him? The patriarch of the Ding clan asked, slightly displeased, though he did not dare to express his dissatisfaction. He was certain that if he dared to present a poor attitude to Ding Feiwen, Lu Jinshi would dare move against him. Lord City Master was an elite of Flower Blossom tier, what would he dare not do? Cripple both his arms. Ding Feiwen declared icily. He actually dared beat him, so how could he vent his anger without crippling Ding Ping's arms? Report. Right at this moment, another servant entered, knelt and announced, the patriarch of the Yi clan seeks an audience. Yi clan? Yuan is here? Ding Feiwen could not help but break into a grin. Let them in. Yi Yuan had come just on time. She could clearly see how impressive and amazing he was now. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan watching from the side, this would give Ding Ping the greatest blow. That servant would naturally not obey Ding Feiwen's command, and immediately turned to look at the patriarch of the Ding clan. The patriarch of the Ding clan was even more displeased. Who was calling the shots in the Ding clan now? Even if you, Ding Feiwen, would be a great elite in the future, that was only something that would happen in the future. His expression black, he humphed before commanding, invite them in. In a short while the servant led 3 people in, 2 men and a woman. The 2 men were the patriarch and the first elder of the Yi clan, whereas the woman was naturally Yi Yuan. Yuan, you're here. Ding Feiwen said, smiling. He was completely acting like he was the patriarch of the Ding clan, and said, come, let me introduce to you, this is the City Master, Lord Lu. City Master. The 3 members of the Yi clan all looked stunned. Lord City Master? What noble, prestigious person was that? But looking at the attitude of Ding Feiwen, he seemed capable of being on equal stand with the Lord City Master. That was too awesome, wasn't it? Brother Feiwen, why has Lord City Master come? Yi Yuan asked in a whisper. Ding Feiwen was feeling particularly pleased with himself and said, I have been taken as true disciple by a great figure of the Crimson Sun Sect, and thus even Lord City Master himself has personally come to offer his congratulations. He deliberately leaned close to Yi Yuan and lowered his voice as if putting up a pretense of profound mystery. The Yi clan naturally knew that the Lord City Master had come, and thus the patriarch and first elder had come personally, wanting to get to the bottom of this matter. Even so, Yi Yuan was still stunned and said, then I truly congratulate you, Brother Feiwen. When she saw Ding Ping's punch previously, she had thought that this might be related to him, but now she had completely tossed this idea aside. Now that she thought about it, it was funny. That person had a crippled spirit base, and his achievements in this lifetime were already destined. Ding Feiwen was feeling particularly pleased. He looked coldly at Ding Ping and said, come, take him away quickly and break his arms. He had directly exceeded his authority, acting like he was the patriarch. Report. It was really lively today. Again a servant had entered, informing patriarch, the sect master of the Crimson Sun Sect has come to visit. Even his voice was trembling. The sect master of the Crimson Sun Sect, what great elite was that? He was a few hundred times stronger than even the Lord City Master. The elites of the Ding clan all looked at each other, slightly confused. Even if Ding Feiwen had been taken in as disciple by that great elite of the spiritual infant tier from the Crimson Sun Sect, there was still no need for the sect master himself to make a personal visit, right? What was going on here? So Lord Jie has also gotten the news. Only Lu Jinshi understood. That great lord had taken in a disciple, so putting aside the personal visit of the sect master of the Crimson Sun Sect, even if even more powerful figures came, that would not be the slightest bit strange. However, he was a bit confused. This Ding Feiwen at best could only be called talented. Furthermore, his temperament was really not all too impressive. Why would he have been chosen by that great lord? But Ling Han had clearly said that he was to go to the Ding clan to offer his congratulations. Could it be that the members of the Ding clan had made some kind of mistake here? Everyone hurriedly went out to receive the other newcomer. The sect master of the Crimson Sun sect had the surname of Jie with the given name of Wu. He had a long-established reputation, and was the greatest elite in this area. When one mentioned this lord, everyone would be filled with heartfelt reverence. Greetings, Lord Jie. Everyone knelt and paid their greetings to this great elite. Jie Wu raised his hands with a smile and asked, "Who is the disciple of that lord?" Hearing his words, the members of the Ding clan were all at a loss, and practically at the same time they asked, "What lord?" They had all thought that Ding Feiwen had been taken as disciple by some great elite of the Crimson Sun sect, which was why Lu Jinshi had come to offer his congratulations. But now that Jie Wu had come, there seemed to be something strange going on here. What more when the latter had even used an astonishing form of address. That lord. Is that lord? Even Jie Wu had to address him as lord, so what kind of person would that be? The members of the Ding clan were all trembling. Things were becoming strange and did not seem to be as they had imagined. Ding Ping suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "May I ask, is that lord's surname Ling?" "Silence, what right do you have to speak here?" Seventh Elder immediately rebuked him. Couldn't he see that they were feeling troubled here? Yet Jie Wu and Lu Jinshi both raised their brows at the same time, turned to look at Ding Ping, nodded and replied, "Precisely. *T, what's this situation?" None of them were idiots, and a guess appeared inside their hearts. Furthermore, this guess caused great emotional waves inside their hearts. "My master's surname is Ling and his given name is Han," Ding Ping said. He was finally certain that these two people had come for his sake. Strictly speaking, they had come for Ling Han. "Greetings, young master." Jie Wu and Lu Jinshi both went down on bent knee, their expressions respectful. "What?" All the members of the Ding clan were so stunned there was a shiver running up their spines. That was the Lord City Master, and there was another person who was even the sect master of the Crimson Sun sect. These two, in their eyes, were God's beings that could bear the weight even if the sky collapsed. But these two people actually now half knelt in front of Ding Ping to pay their respects, and called him young master. Heavens, what kind of fucking good fortune had hit Ding Ping that he had taken some great lord as his master? Ding Feiwen meanwhile slumped down onto the ground, his face ashen. Chapter 873, The Harder You Fall. Ding Feiwen experienced a full-body shiver. How could this be? How was this possible? Wasn't Ding Ping just a piece of trash that only had some brute strength? On what basis did he manage to obtain the favor of a figure so lofty that even such ultimate elites like Jie Wu would have to kneel down to pay their respects to? Even Jie Wu was so what was a mere disciple of the Crimson Sun sect worth? Ling Han? This name seems kind of familiar. Someone mumbled. "That's right, feels like I heard it before somewhere. Should be an elite, right?" Of course, if he's not an elite, why would Lord Jie show such great respect? Everyone was discussing in low voice. This scene was really too shocking, and also spurred much curiosity amongst the spectators. Who on earth was this Ling Han? Jie Wu stood, humphed, and said, "Insolence to dare to rashly discuss the emperor, do you all want to die?" All of a sudden, complete silence descended. The emperor. That was right, didn't the current emperor precisely have the surname of Ling with the given name of Han? When one spoke of this emperor, who would not willingly proclaim their submission, he was the one who had united the Middle State and the four regions, and had even absorbed the four seas into his territory, was the first in all of history. Ding Ping had actually been taken under the wing of the emperor. Fuck. Yi Yuan's beautiful eyes immediately shone. This was a real wealthy husband. If she could marry Ding Ping, how high would the status she could attain be? Did you not see how even Jie Wu wanted to kneel to pay his respects? Putting aside the others, even Ding Ping had a scare. He had only guessed that Ling Han had to have a formidable background, but no matter what, he would not have guessed that the latter was the emperor of the Great Ling Empire. This was too unimaginable. The greatest person in this world actually came to a small place like theirs here. You may dispense with the courtesies, sirs. Ding Ping kept up an appearance of being unperturbed as he thought he definitely could not allow his master's name to be tarnished. Thank you, young master. Jie Wu and Lu Jinshi both replied respectfully. Although they could not see what was special about Ding Ping, merely in terms of conduct, Ding Ping was better than Ding Feiwen by who knew how many times. Indeed, this was the real one they sought. The other members of the Ding clan finally came to realize that Ding Ping this time had really become so impressive and awesome that his awesomeness level had spiked sky high. Quick, we have to quickly amend the mistakes we made earlier as soon as possible. Ding Feiwen, do you know your crime? The patriarch of the Ding clan immediately shouted and looked darkly at Ding Feiwen. This brat actually dared to boss him around just now. If you really were the disciple of a great elite of the Crimson Sun sect, he would force down his anger, but now. Fuck, just wait obediently to be dealt with. Ding Feiwen knelt down with a paw. He also knew that he was horribly harmed by this misunderstanding. Who would have imagined that Ding Ping was actually so awesome to be able to take Ling Han as his master? This was what had caused everyone to misunderstand and raise him to a very high pedestal, but the higher he was raised, the harder he would fall. Oh no, he was really done for this time. Spare me, Lord Patriarch. He was already crying. He could feel darkness envelop his vision. Whom had he offended? The disciple of the Emperor, a person that even Jianghu had to kneel down to pay respects to. Ding Ping, what do you think should be done? The patriarch of the Ding clan asked Ding Ping quickly, his face all smiles. As the saying went, when a man achieves the Tao, his poultry and dogs rise to heaven as well. With Ding Ping as their signboard, wouldn't they all be able to move unhindered in this great Ling Empire? Ding Ping was neither arrogant nor impatient and said, just deal with him as he should be dealt with in accordance with the rules of the clan. His horizons had, in that instant, been expanded further than ever before, disdaining to even bother with Ding Feiwen. However, his disdain did not mean that he would let Ding Feiwen get off scot-free. This person was petty and hateful, using public office to avenge private resentments. There was naturally a need to punish him. The patriarch of the Ding clan felt the matter was a little difficult to handle. Weren't the rules of the clan also decided by people? So, should he make the punishment lighter or heavier? He had better make the punishment heavier. Even saints had a temper, and Ding Feiwen had previously treated Ding Ping like that. Any other person wouldn't be able to tolerate it, right? Moreover, he was still angry himself. Take him away first, and imprison him in the dungeons to be dealt with later. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Ding Feiwen screamed, hurriedly begging for mercy from Ding Ping. Brother Ping, save me. On the basis of our previous friendship, I beg you to save me. I will definitely work extremely hard for you in the future. The members of the Ding clan were all disdainful. How could there be something as good as that? To work extremely hard for the disciple of the nation's leader, that would be 100-fold nobler and better than even the likes of Jianghu's status as sect leader, right? And he called that mercy? That was too shameless. Ding Ping was naturally unperturbed. He had already seen through the true character of this vile person. Ding Feiwen cried out and begged for mercy, but no one paid him any heed. He was dragged out, his cries becoming softer and softer till they could no longer be heard. Big Brother Ping. Yi Yuan walked over, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration. Ding Ping merely cast a look at her, his heart filled with an indescribable serenity. In the past, he'd only needed to look at this woman and he would feel heartfelt happiness, becoming excited. But from the moment he had seen through her real character, his first love had completely ended, leaving behind only bitter memories. In a mere day's time he had experienced all the ups and downs of life, which also caused him to rapidly mature. He paid her no heed and merely said to Jianghu and Lu Zhenshi, "Many thanks to both of you for coming to visit me, my lords. I'm grateful." If they had not done so, he would not have been able to avoid the punishment of 300 strikes of the staff. It is what we should do, Jianghu and Lu Zhenshi both replied humbly. Although Ding Ping's current ability was incredibly weak, since he could be taken as disciple by Ling Han, they believed that he would definitely become an elite that could shake the whole world in future. Yi Yuan was naturally unwilling to lose this kind of wealthy husband. She continuously talked from the side about all the experiences they had shared in the past, wanting to stir Ding Ping's memories so that his old affection for her would be reignited. She was also very resentful. If it had been a day later, then Ding Ping would have only thought that she had broken the betrothal contract with him only under pressure from her clan. A woman like her would only lay the blame on others, and have completely no intention of reflecting on her own wrongs. Yet Ding Ping had already given up on her and ignored her completely. In the end, unable to bear her continued pestering, he chased out all 3 members of the Yi clan. However, Yi Yuan was obviously not going to drop the matter so easily. After a few days she would definitely return again. After conversing for a while, Jianghu and Lu Zhenshi both begged their leave and departed, saying as they left that no matter what Ding Ping encountered in future, he could seek them out for help to solve the issue. These words were naturally aimed at the members of the Ding clan. You all had best behave yourselves, for he was the disciple of the emperor himself. Soon afterward, the Ding clan naturally worshipped Ding Ping like he was their ancestor. Ling Han did not pay this matter any further attention. He only kept looking for the location of Corpse Boss. The fact that the latter would appear here clearly meant that there had to be some treasure here that was worth his appearance, or that the surviving members of the Thousand Corpse sect were nearby. On the second day, Ding Ping came to look for him, his attitude even more respectful, and also looked extremely grateful. His fate had been altered by Ling Han. Without Ling Han, he would still be that fallen genius and a piece of trash. Ling Han did not say much more, and merely guided him on the cultivation of the 9 Dragons' tyrant body art. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Ling Han's eyes suddenly snapped open from his position of sitting cross-legged on the ground. He sensed a very powerful aura. It was very vague, but how could it possibly evade his senses? Corpse Boss had appeared. Chapter 874, Bet on another 10 moves. Ling Han took hold of Ding Ping, and disappeared from where he had originally stood in a flash. Ding Ping only felt his vision blur, and discovered that he had surprisingly appeared in a forest. It took him a moment to distinguish that this was Horse Army Mountain, and was at least more than 100 miles away from where they had initially been. It had only been a single step, yet they had traversed more than 100 miles. He could not help but be dumbfounded. The extent of his master's abilities had far exceeded his imagination. In front of them there was a tall, slim middle-aged man. He was as gentle as jade, and the sight of him would make anyone have a favorable impression of him. Was he the person that master was waiting for? Ding Ping thought. Brother Corpse Boss, it's been a long time since we last met. Ling Han clasped his fists in greeting. Although this person was a member of the Thousand Corpse sect, Ling Han still had quite a good impression of him. Instantly, the tension in Ding Ping's heart relaxed. Looking at how relaxed Ling Han was acting, this person should be a friend and not an enemy. Still, being someone whom his master would address as brother, he had to be a man in the top tier of the elites of this world. He had only thought that Ling Han had said, "Big brother sure one." Otherwise, his hair would definitely be standing on ends in terror. Corpse Boss could not help but grin bitterly and said, "It's all my fault for being greedy for wine, which exposed my location. However, Brother Ling is also very awesome. The sharpness of your senses has completely exceeded my imagination. I was sure that I would not be discovered if I came out to buy some wine." Ling Han smiled faintly. A person who had not established a nation would naturally not know the amazing uses of the totem. Even Ma Duo Bao, who had established his empire twice, did not know the correct position to establish a nation. He said, "Brother Corpse Boss, I only need to know an answer." Corpse Boss sighed, yet as he turned his eyes on Ding Ping, his eyes lit up and he said, "This brat's skeletal structure seems to stand out from the rest." "Naturally he is my disciple," Ling Han answered, smiling. "You are still as confident as you have always been." Corpse Boss smiled as well, yet shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I cannot give you that answer." "I haven't yet said what question I wanted to ask," Ling Han said with a smile. "Brother Ling, are you looking down on my intelligence?" Corpse Boss asked with slight displeasure. Ling Han raised his hands with a smile and said, all right. Brother Corpse Boss, why don't we have a bet? If you can block 10 moves from me, I will let you go. If not, then you have to tell me the location of the surviving members of the Thousand Corpse sect." Corpse Boss could not help but feel rueful. The first time he'd seen Ling Han, he had suggested a wager for the latter to block 10 moves from him, and as long as Ling Han could do so, he would not kill him. But now, just how many years had passed? It was Ling Han's turn to turn it around and offer him the same wager. Could such a large gap have appeared between the strength of the two sides? Corpse Boss could not believe it and said darkly, "I have already raised my cultivation to the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier, and awakened a mystical power. Now, my battle prowess can reach 15 stars, and you are confident that you can defeat me within 10 moves? How would you know if you don't try?" Ling Han asked smilingly. For the last year, he had isolated himself and cultivated hard. Aside from himself, no one knew how strong his ability had become by now. 15 stars? If he wanted to, he could crush him directly. Corpse Boss's expression shifted continuously. If it was any other person, he would go along with the bet. Even if he lost, he could go back on his word as well. Who would be able to stop a Shattering Void tier elite if he wanted to flee? But he was different. His personality was very decisive. He was not one who would betray his companions. At the same time, he was also one who was loyal to his word. Thus, he had to consider the consequences of his possible loss. This caused him to feel very conflicted. On one hand, he definitely did not believe that he could not block 10 moves from Ling Han, and on the other he had to consider the possibility of his defeat. It was only now that Ding Ping found out that Ling Han was actually on opposing sides with this person. He could not help but be shocked. As opponents, they could actually be as amiable as this towards each other. Ling Han snickered and said, "What is it? Is Brother Corpse Boss afraid? Actually, with the abilities of Brother Corpse Boss, why do you need to stay in the Thousand Corpse Sect? Once we split open these skies, the world would expand, and where can you not go?" Corpse Boss's pupils shrank and he said, "Just slightly over a year ago, Ma Duo Bao had failed to open the skies, and you want to split open the skies as well. Are you not afraid of death?" Ling Han laughed loudly. "As a man, what would be the harm in a glorious death? Furthermore, why would I not succeed?" Corpse Boss became quiet. After a while, he finally said, "On the basis that you have such determination to split open the skies, I shall accept your conditions." Yet Ding Ping was completely at a loss. What's splitting open the skies? Did that refer to actually splitting open these skies? How could the skies be opened? Additionally, it seemed like this matter was incredibly dangerous, and there was a possibility of death, which made him extremely worried. Ling Han raised his right hand and said, "Then get ready to receive my blow." He did not even need to prepare and directly delivered a palm strike. Yet Corpse Boss was astonished. The strength of this palm strike had exceeded 10 stars. Too terrifying, too frightening. Ordinarily, even if one had cultivated to the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier, his strength would only be on par with the battle prowess of 9 stars of Shattering Void tier. Then, with use of martial arts techniques and secret techniques, his battle prowess would be able to break through the limit of 9 stars and reach 10 stars, 11 stars, or even 12 stars. But when the strength itself was powerful, then the battle prowess would naturally soar accordingly, just like how he was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier, and his strength had reached 10 stars of Shattering Void tier. With use of secret techniques, he could further increase his battle prowess by another 4 stars. This was very, very amazing. But Ling Han. It was obvious that he had just broken through to the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier. That aura that had yet to be stabilized could not be more apparent. He had just advanced into the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier, yet his strength had already exceeded 10 stars. Then, how much farther could he raise his strength by the time he reached the real peak of Shattering Void tier and reinforced his cultivation? 12 stars? Or even 13 stars? This was a fuck-asterisk monster. However, no matter how stunned Corpse Boss was, he was still an elite of 2 eras. His reaction speed was not the slightest bit slow. He immediately crossed his arms, forming them into sharp claws, and clawed out at Ling Han. A pattern appeared on his hands, and they actually seemed like the hands of an immortal. Although that skeletal hand had been snatched away by Yi Shuang Shuang, Corpse Boss had apparently still comprehended some profound mystery from it. Thankfully, Yi Shuang Shuang had acted early on enough. If she met with Corpse Boss again now, then it would really be undecided who the victor would be. Yet Ling Han was completely nonchalant. He lowered his right hand and Wang, a terrifying energy gushed out, trying to suppress Corpse Boss completely. Without the slightest bit of fanciness, he directly used his power to crush all. He was really as overbearing as that. Peng. The two fighters came into close quarters, and their extremely powerful energy set out to form a shock wave that spread out in all directions from their clash. If their attacks clashed solidly, not only would the whole mountain range be destroyed, even the cities far off would be unable to escape this disaster. They were that strong. Yet after these energy waves spread out as far as 30 meters, they were immediately blocked as if there was an invisible wall. Power of the Nation. Ling Han had not used Power of the Nation to empower himself, but had formed it into a cage to completely control the energy that seeped out in this extremely small space. What? Corpse Boss exclaimed in shock. His eyes were filled with astonishment as if he had seen a ghost. Strictly speaking, he was a ghost himself. Your power has reached 13 stars. Corpse Boss exclaimed, stunned. How could that be? The gap of a single star at the Shattering Void tier meant a world of difference, and reaching a battle prowess of 13 stars with pure power was practically being a monster. What was more terrifying, though, was the fact that Ling Han had not yet used Power of the Nation to empower himself. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Recently, my cultivation has become more rounded. Additionally, my body arts has also had slight improvement, and without my knowledge, my power has increased further. Sorry about that. Chapter 875, Understanding. Sorry about that, your sister. Corpse Boss felt like he was about to go crazy. Did this kind of monster really exist? He had only rounded his cultivation and improved the standard of his body arts, and his power had begun to spike madly again. Attaining another star seemed to be something as easy as eating for him. Ling Han was also speechless. His current strength had primarily been improved on by the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art. After breaking through to the Shattering Void tier, this body art had finally burst out with a terrifying might. At the extreme, it could reach the power of 9 true dragons. This was nothing like the kind of false true dragon that Hellion Tianyun was. In the immortal realm, only those of the dragon race that had reached Genesis tier could be called true dragons. The power of 9 true dragons, how frightening would that be? Previously, when he had helped Ding Ping to remold his body, it was also a training exercise for himself. Along with the 3 days of minor seclusion he had gone through afterwards, his body arts had improved abruptly. Now, his brute strength was at least 3 times stronger than his origin power. This 9 Dragons Tyrant body art had finally shown its true might. According to Ling Han's estimation, origin power cultivated to the extreme could reach the strength of a single true dragon. Then his pure strength, at most, would be able to reach 9 times the strength of his origin power. Of course, this was also because the origin power cultivation technique he was cultivating was not good enough, and so could only reach the basic level of 1, or perhaps not even reach 1. Then in that case, if he did not depend on the empowerment from Power of the Nation, his life force would also be able to reach 12 stars of Shattering Void tier. Ling Han suddenly sank into deep thought. Why was there a need to depend on Power of the Nation to reach the extreme? Why could an individual not rely on himself to be able to push his cultivation level to the extreme? In the world of martial arts, the final goal was always individual strength. You couldn't possibly bear a nation on your shoulders and run around everywhere, right? Understanding finally dawned on him. Power of the Nation could only be supplementary, and could not be a means to be relied on. He wanted to depend on his own power to advance to the level of 20 stars of the Shattering Void tier, the true limit. A muscle in Corpse Boss's cheek twitched. After Ling Han delivered an attack, it was as if he had gone dumb. Just how far was he looking down on him? I am indeed no match to you, but being so absent-minded like this, you've gone too far, haven't you? Ling Han, he roared in fury. Ling Han came back to himself and could not help but smile as he said, sorry. I suddenly thought of something. To lose focus in the midst of battle, what exactly were you thinking about? What were you thinking about? Corpse Boss could not help but feel curious. I was thinking about how to improve my strength to reach 20 stars of Shattering Void tier. Ling Han did not cover up the truth. He really wanted to discuss it with another person, especially someone like Corpse Boss who had been an elite for 2 eras. Unfortunately, he could no longer remember the matters of his last life. Corpse Boss inhaled sharply and said, are you sure you are not talking about battle prowess of 20 stars of Shattering Void tier, but strength at the level of 20 stars of Shattering Void tier? That's right. Ling Han nodded. You, monster. Corpse Boss pointed out. Hey. Brother Corpse Boss, though we have only met once, we did have an enjoyable conversation. Is it really appropriate for you to insult me like this? Ling Han asked with a laugh. If your strength could rush up to 20 stars of Shattering Void tier, then what level would your battle prowess reach? Corpse Boss rolled his eyes repetitively, just the mere thought of it was terrifying. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, humans should have some dreams, shouldn't they? Corpse Boss was stunned momentarily before finally nodding somberly. He said, yes. Then stretching out both arms he said, there are still 9 moves. Ling Han grinned. His right hand stretched out again to press down on Corpse Boss. Corpse Boss received the attack and shouted, Ling Han, show me all your ability, don't make me look down on you. Is that so? Ling Han used his other hand to rub his nose. All right then. He used the earth overturning seal and circulated the thunderclap 9th heaven. Hong, a brilliant golden light as well as blazing lightning exuded from his right hand. Pum. His palm pressed down and there was suddenly no sign of Corpse Boss anymore. Brother Corpse Boss, are you all right? Ling Han asked as he withdrew his hand. Corpse Boss climbed back up, coughing up blood endlessly. His face was filled with desolation as he mumbled, "I actually did not even manage to block a single move. I couldn't even block a single move." One had to know that he was an existence that possessed battle prowess of 15 stars of shattering void tier, and if Ling Han had not been lenient, that previous blow would be enough to take his life. The gap was too big. After staring blankly for a moment, his gaze gradually became firm again. If Ling Han succeeded in splitting open the skies, then he would be able to enter into the immortal realm, and he would definitely be able to find a means to become even stronger. Just as Ling Han said, what if he could increase his pure strength to the level of 20 stars of shattering void tier? The members of the Thousand Corpse sect have hidden about 200 miles east of here. There is an ancient cemetery there, Corpse Boss said, staring at Ling Han. The next time we meet, I hope we can battle to our heart's content. All right. Ling Han agreed decisively. He had always had a very good impression of Corpse Boss. Corpse Boss stared at Ling Han for a moment, then turned and left. Ding Ping watched from the side, his blood racing, wanting nothing more than to possess such battle prowess at this moment as well so that he could have a vigorous battle himself. Ling Han smiled and said, "The next time that man comes to challenge me, you will accept his challenge on my behalf." Ding Ping was initially stunned before he immediately became so excited that he almost passed out. He could feel the fighting spirit in his whole body soar up to the heavens, and some unknown emotion awakened in himself, which made him experience a fathomless heroic spirit. He half knelt on the ground and said, "I will definitely not disappoint you, master." Ling Han nodded and said, "Now I should go clear away the last problem on the path of splitting open the skies." He brought Ding Ping with him. A few steps later he arrived at the cemetery that Corpse Boss had spoken of. As the Thousand Corpse sect cultivated corpse techniques, their entire bodies were filled with corpse chi, and if they were buried underground no one could possibly distinguish them from actual corpses. Thus, graves were naturally their best hiding place. Unless Ling Han was determined enough to dig out all the graves in the world, it would definitely be impossible for him to find them. But now with a man inside it was a different story. Without another word, Ling Han directly formed his arm into the shape of a bow, formed his origin power into an arrow, and circulated out the annihilating dragon star arrow. From afar he aimed at that ancient cemetery. His hand loosened and Xiao the arrow of origin power was fired and Hong shot into the ancient cemetery. It was best for the annihilating dragon star arrow to have the base of an actual arrow, and only then would the arrow shot express its greatest might. However, Ling Han was too strong by now, and he had absolutely no need for an actual arrow to express an incredibly powerful might. This was a real secret technique of the immortal realm. Hong. The arrow of origin power shot down, and the whole ancient cemetery instantly disappeared, becoming a deep pit. Xiao xiao xiao. A dozen over people shot up into the skies. The 9th Underworld King, Corpse 2 Rong Huanxian, as well as 9 elders that were all skin and bones. Corpse chi wound around their whole bodies, and if they appeared in the middle of the night, they would definitely give anyone a deadly shock. With this strike, all those below heaven tier would be exterminated. Ling Han. When he saw Ling Han, Rong Huanxian immediately gritted his teeth. He and Ling Han could really be considered old foes. They had been entangled with each other from the very beginning in the desolate north. But, aside from their first meeting when he had gotten the upper hand, he had always been suppressed by Ling Han afterwards. This caused a thorn to be stuck deeply in his heart. One had to know that he, too, had advanced into the heaven tier by now. To break through so quickly it was frightening, but compared with Ling Han, it was really not worth mentioning. In front of Ling Han, he paled in comparison, and could only become a pitiful background for Ling Han's brilliance. He would not submit. He was also one who had obtained the favor of the heavens. Chapter 876, Breakthrough? I haven't seen you for a long time. This time I will surely kill you. Ling Han raised his hand as he greeted and smiled at all of them. Today don't even think that any of you can escape. The 9th Underworld King couldn't help but humph lowly. Even the elites from the 5 great sects would not have dared to utter such gibberish to him. Now, a junior actually dared to show him such contempt. He had never really held Ling Han in high regard. It wasn't Ling Han who had put down the 5 great sects, and the unification of the 4 seas was the credit of Hellion Tianyun alone. What did Ling Han do? Only reaping what he had not sown. Junior, you are too arrogant, he remarked coldly. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Evil and unorthodox cult appearing before me, you had better fall to your knees and accept death." Hong, endless imperial might burst forth. Pa 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 pa. Aside from the ninth underworld king, Corpse 2 and Rong Huanxian, the remaining 9 people knelt down in unison. Rong Huanxian's entire body was trembling, and blood vessels were even throbbing on top of his skin. The exaggerated protrusion would make anyone who saw it suffer from goosebumps. In fact, he was incapable of resisting such mighty pressure, but his heart was truly unyielding and unwilling to submit. Thereby he was forcing himself to surpass his limit of resistance. Pa pa pa. The bones in his whole body were cracking and tears of blood flowed from his eyes. There was blood spewing from his nostrils and ears. The disciples of Thousand Corpse Sect cultivated corpse techniques, and had a pitifully small amount of blood in their body. Although he appeared to be only bleeding from the 7 apertures, in fact the damage was extremely major. Obstinately choosing to be a corpse over being a good human? Then I will just grant your wish. Ling Han's eyes shot open and pa 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 pa. The 9 people on their knees simultaneously dropped dead to the ground. So what if they were heaven-tier cultivators? In the presence of his present terrifying power, quantity no longer made any difference. Yeah. The 9th Underworld King was about to go mad from anger. These 9 people were the 9 guardian priests of the Thousand Corpse Sect. Apart from Corpse Boss, Corpse 2, Rong Huanxian, and himself, they were the strongest masters and the cornerstone of the sect. Now, they had actually died before even launching a single strike. How could he not be angered? Die. He brandished the demonic noise saber. Suddenly, the sky was filled with the sound of demonic whistling, which surged violently towards Ling Han. Ling Han gave a slight push with his raised palms, and the world suddenly became silent. So what if the other party had the demonic noise saber in his hands? The battle prowess of the 9th Underworld King was at most 13 stars. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been able to wipe out the Sword Emperor and the others at the beginning? Let me do it. Corpse 2 stood out, his face bearing a cautious expression. He was an ancient corpse returned to life, and he did not have a bottleneck. Within the Thousand Corpse Sect, he had received the dual nurturing of the 3 lives corpse casket and pond of the underworld. At present, he had actually reached the 9th layer of the shattering void tier, and his battle prowess was barely at 15 stars, only somewhat modest compared to Corpse Boss. As Corpse Boss was not present, he was the Thousand Corpse Sect's strongest elite. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "If anyone here can block one strike from me, I will spare his life." Haha. Corpse 2 sneered. "This is extreme madness indeed. Do you think you are that dead fatty?" Thousand Corpse Sect had remained low-key all this while, not because of being afraid of Ling Han, but the 7 kings. "What's so funny?" Ling Han said solemnly. He didn't have a good impression of Corpse 2, and directly delivered a slap. Puh. As the single slap flew across, Corpse 2 stared at Ling Han with an expression of complete astonishment. He turned to the 9th Underworld King, and was about to say something when his body suddenly turned into a bloody fog, and directly dissipated into the atmosphere. This. The 9th Underworld King only felt a chill seeping from beneath the soles of his feet, directly rushing to the top of his brain. Before, Ling Han had said that anyone who could block one strike from him would be spared. This was neither shameless boasting nor overestimating one's capability. Rather, his strength was powerful to the point of defying natural law. The 9th Underworld King did not have the courage to block one strike. Immediately he ducked and leapt into the 3 lives corpse casket. This was the most valuable treasure of the Thousand Corpse Sect that had existed for many years. It was indestructible. Ling Han glanced at it. He could not help but feel an eagerness to try something out with his current battle prowess. Could he smash the 3 lives corpse casket? He raised his right hand and began condensing sword intent. For smashing this kind of extremely defensive treasure, of course, the last form of the 3 styles of black origins, breaking the formation, effect would be the best. However, Ling Han did not want to use a level 10 spirit tool to smash it, fearing that Revere Life Sword would also be damaged. Therefore he decided to punch using sword intent. He'd directly smash it using brute force. His body was at the level of godly metal, wondered how many times harder this would be compared to level 10 precious metal. Precisely after 20 breaths, Ling Han gathered his strength to the peak before punching out. The world was eclipsed. Hang, the eye of heavenly Tao appeared, flickering above Ling Han. The power of this punch was too strong, enough to cause devastating damage to this world, thereby making the Eye of Heavenly Tao appear. Puh. As the punch hit, the Three Lives corpse casket was suddenly blasted open. One could clearly see the shocked expression on the Ninth Underworld King's face was startled to the extreme. This was something that he could never have imagined Three Lives corpse casket could actually be smashed. However, the Ninth Underworld King was also instantly blown to bits by this terrifying power, and even the demonic noise saber beside him was broken into 7 chunks, its demonic patterns completely wiped out. Ling Han's current strength had reached the point where he could smash a level 10 spirit tool with his bare hands. Ling Han turned to look at the Eye of Heavenly Tao. This wasn't the original one, for there wasn't any wound on the eyeball. It would not die. As long as the heavens and earth were still present in this small world, the Eye of Heavenly Tao would be revived. This was only the embodiment of the will of heaven and earth. Its roots were the entire world. As the world was not destroyed, it naturally would also not be destroyed. However, after ascending to the immortal realm, the lower realm would only be a part of the immortal realm. It would become part of the will of the immortal realm. Naturally, there would no longer be any Eye of Heavenly Tao. Get lost, Ling Han said as he pointed to Eye of Heavenly Tao. With his current strength, wiping out the Eye of Heavenly Tao would be an easy feat. However, as everything had yet to be arranged accordingly, he would not split open the sky for the time being. The Eye of Heavenly Tao exuded a chill. It represented the heaven and earth of this realm, and was the supreme ruler thereof. Now, someone actually dared to disrespect it? However, it did not make a move. As Ling Han did not violate the rules of this world, there was no reason for it to make a move. If it did not act according to the rules, then it would also lose the meaning of its existence. In the blink of an eye, the Eye of Heavenly Tao disappeared. Watching from the sidelines, Ding Ping felt that his hands and feet turned cold as an inexplicable excitement arose within him. That is the will of heaven and earth, and it was actually ordered to retreat by Master. The greatness of Master's power could no longer be tolerated in this world. No wonder he has to split open the sky. Haha, I have broken through. Rong Huanxian suddenly yelled and jumped up. His entire body was pumped up with powerful qi, like a tide soaring into the sky. He deserved to be called a genius. Under intense pressure, not only did he not collapse, but he actually faced the problem head-on and obtained a breakthrough. He was instantly successful in crossing over to the Shattering Void Tiara. Truly amazing feat. Ling Han, I am also in the Shattering Void Tier now. Rong Huanxian bellowed. I am not afraid of you. He was full of enthusiasm, but when his gaze swept across, he could not help but be dumbfounded. Where are the Ninth Underworld King and Corpse 2? Before, he had been resisting Ling Han's imposing qi and reached the point of full concentration. He had not realized what had happened during that period. Pooh! Ding Ping immediately burst out laughing. Although he had a low cultivation level, he could still see it. Rong Huanxian's cultivation level was still far off compared to the other 2 people earlier. Even those 2 were no match for a single strike from Master. So what if you have broken through? You're still a long way off. Was he trying to be funny? Chapter 877. Settling Unfinished Matters. Rong Huanxian couldn't help feeling tumultuous fury. A mere mortal actually dared to laugh at him? Ling Han gave a faint smile and said, You are too inferior. Even my disciple looks down on you. Where did you get the courage to act with such arrogance? Damn it. With a flash, Rong Huanxian charged towards Ding Ping. He wanted to suck dry the blood of this mortal as punishment, and wanted Ling Han to lose a disciple so that he could enjoy the expression of agony that would appear on the latter's face. Boom! Thunderclouds were rolling in the sky. Heaven and earth sensed that he had broken through to the Shattering Void Tier, and sent down a heavenly calamity one. Ling Han murmured, I heard that outsiders can't intervene with the heavenly calamity, otherwise they will be sucked into it. However, I can even split open this piece of heaven and earth, so what is there to fear if I am sucked into the heavenly calamity? It will be a good chance for me to temper my body of lightning further. He chuckled and made a grab with his hand. Without a doubt, Rong Huanxian fell into his hands. How could he be a match for Ling Han when he had only just stepped into the Shattering Void Tier? What? Disbelief was written all over Rong Huanxian's face. Before, he was only at the Heaven Tier, so how could he have sensed the formidability of Ling Han's strength? He had assumed that Ling Han had only stepped into the Shattering Void Tier 1 or 2 years before him, and his cultivation would be at the 2nd or 3rd layer of the Shattering Void Tier at most. How could the gap be so huge? Ling Han, I will pass through the heavenly calamity. Do you want to accompany me? Then he immediately smirked. Who would not suffer when crossing through the heavenly calamity? Ling Han may appear incredibly strong, but the stronger his strength when he crosses the heavenly calamity, the stronger will be the corresponding power of the heavenly calamity, and the more likely it is for him to die. You think too much. Ling Han just grabbed at Rong Huan Xian. With his strength, 100 Rong Huan Xians added together would not be able to escape. Quang. The heavenly calamity struck down with a bolt of divine lightning at Rong Huan Xian, drawing Ling Han in as well. Immediately, there was a second bolt of divine lightning, the target being Ling Han. However, as the distance between the two was so close, the two bolts of lightning drew them both and bound together. No! Rong Huan Xian screamed out in alarm. Even if he were to pass through the heavenly calamity in his strongest state, the rate of success would only be 50-50. But now he was shackled by Ling Han, and had to pass through two people's worth of heavenly calamity. Was it possible for him to pass it? Had Ling Han gone mad? In order to kill him, he would actually put himself at risk. Quang, quang, quang. Divine lightning pounded on them continuously. Given Rong Huan Xian's physique, how long would he be able to withstand it? He was instantly turned to ashes. Before his last breath, Rong Huan Xian's eyes were filled with bitter resentment because nothing happened when the divine lightning hit Ling Han's body, and they rebounded one by one. Fuck this. He would die with regrets. In the next life he definitely should not encounter a monster like Ling Han. To be born in the same era as him was a tragedy in itself. Ling Han felt neither joy nor sorrow. With his current strength, he naturally would not care about defeating the Thousand Corpse Sect, but he had nevertheless eliminated an unstable element. He smashed the remaining two pieces of the Three Lives corpse casket with a punch. The pond of the underworld was naturally formed in this realm, so it would be pointless to destroy it. It was formed from the condensed yin qi of this realm. Therefore he could only seal it off below Million Treasure City using a formation technique, but it would basically be impossible for the Thousand Corpse Sect to reactivate it. Ling Han took Ding Ping back to the imperial capital. On one hand he had announced to the whole world that Ding Ping was his apprentice. On the other hand he invited all his subjects for a final conference. After splitting open the sky, he had to become a hostage. Hence, the Rain Emperor would become the regent, acting on behalf of the highest authority within the government. However, this would not bring about much difference. Ling Han had always been a ruler only in spirit. He practically never dealt with the affairs of the government. As long as he did not die, this would be sufficient. Really, his presence would cause little impact. This made Ling Han dumbfounded. When an emperor came to this, was he a success or failure? After splitting open the sky, some clans would definitely be tempted to collude with the forces of the immortal realm, disintegrating the great Ling Empire and causing division within the nation. Therefore a cleanup campaign would be carried out now. Those who were not loyal would directly have all their powers revoked. This needed not be dealt with by Ling Han. He made a trip to the Kong clan. The heaven-grade alchemist Kong Zisher could possibly be the descendant of his apprentice, Kong Shiyuan. But after Ling Han had inquired, he knew that this Kong clan could only be regarded as a half-blood descendant of Kong Shiyuan. The patriarch of the Kong clan was the adopted son of Kong Shiyuan. He had no idea how, but anyway the latter did not enter the immortal realm together, but had left behind his bloodline. Before his 4 apprentices were found, Ling Han did not intend to reveal his identity. He then left after bidding goodbye, causing the members of the Kong clan to feel uneasy. What was the meaning of his majesty? Ling Han's current power and influence was just too great. In the past, heaven-grade alchemists were still detached from all. There was no need for them to look up to anyone, but now that all land was under imperial authority, even heaven-grade alchemists would have to bow their heads in submission. The alchemist society no longer stood detached, but had become a force directly controlled by the government, bringing about further consolidation of the imperial power. Ling Han also summoned the geniuses of the younger generation. After splitting open the sky, Ling Han hoped that they could go out to make their own mark and improve themselves through trials in the immortal realm. After they achieved success, he hoped them to return and serve the great Ling Empire. This was of course dangerous. In the immortal realm their background mattered not. Furthermore, the number of elites in the immortal realm was as numerous as the clouds in the sky. Even Ling Han could not compare. Upon leaving the great Ling Empire, it was inevitable that they would face the risk of death. But only in this way could the geniuses who came back later become elites. Wen Yi Jian, Shenyuan Zi Guang and others were feeling rueful. In the past, Ling Han was considered to be equal to them in strength or even inferior to them, but now, the other party had become the most powerful person in the world, but they were still merely at the deity transformation tier. This had made them acknowledge that there were some people in the world who were peerless monsters, and whom they could never be compared with. Ling Han gave words of encouragement to everyone. These young people might be the pillars of the future Great Ling Empire, and he had high hopes for them. But Ling Han wasn't too dependent. For the Great Ling Empire he carried a greater responsibility. He believed in his own strength. Only by strengthening himself could he become truly powerful. He would, of course, keep the best for his own people. Ling Han would naturally take the most care of Yu Kai-yu, infinitely supplying him with all kinds of cultivation resources, and even passed on several mystical powers to the latter. However, the passing of mystical powers to another wasn't a simple matter. It required the mark of the secret technique to be stripped off from the mind. It was a kind of harm in itself. Therefore, Ling Han did not extensively spread the knowledge of the mystical powers, but only passed it on to Feng Piyun, the Rain Emperor, and Murong, his 3 adopted brothers. Taking advantage of this time, he was doing his best to make arrangements, as once he split open the sky, he wouldn't have the chance anymore. Ding Ping, as his 5th disciple, naturally was given priority in being nurtured. In the future, after Ling Han's departure, Ding Ping would follow the Rain Emperor and the others for cultivation practice. Then, he would step out of the Great Ling Empire and learn through his own experiences. After half a month, Ling Han decided to split open the sky. He did not invite the whole world. Not that he wasn't confident enough, but rather that he was confident in the success, and thus did not need anyone to witness his greatness. Chapter 878, Ling Han splitting open the sky. However, with splitting open the sky being such a major occasion, how could it be concealed without any leakage of information? Besides, Ling Han also had no intention to conceal it. He clearly told the whole world the day of splitting open the sky, but he did not send out any invitation to others to come and observe the ceremony. Those parties with keen ears had already rushed over to witness this valiant undertaking, and the sea race was no exception. However, having experienced failure once, everyone wasn't very optimistic about Ling Han. As powerful as Ma Duobao had been, was the world's strongest killing formation, still had gotten killed by the elites of the immortal realm. No matter how strong Ling Han was, how could he be comparable to Ma Duobao? At least, this wasn't something that could be achieved in the time of just slightly over a year. If Ling Han was to split open the sky again 100 years later, maybe there might still be a chance, but now, everyone knew why it had to be done now. The day of full invasion by the 5 sects from the immortal realm was drawing closer and closer. At that time, even if there was suppression from the realm powers, these powerful elites would have the opportunity to burst forth with an immortal-level attack. With their interference, there would be even less hope of splitting open the sky. It had to be done soon. People were praying in their hearts. Ling Han had to succeed, otherwise they would soon be refined into a realm pill, using their own lives for the benefit of improving the cultivation of the immortal realm's elites. Thinking about this made them so furious that they were about to throw up blood. If this day was to come, then they would rather commit suicide than to benefit those fucking elites of the immortal realm. This was one of the reasons why the 5 great sects needed to continuously brainwash them for the past millennia. Ingredients ought not to be wasted. Brat, are you really sure? Helian Tianyun asked solemnly. Presently, his strength had already been restored to the peak condition and even surpassed it. His conventional battle prowess had already reached 21 stars, which was a lot more powerful than Ma Duobao had originally been. Ling Han smiled and said, "Haven't you gotten enough beatings from me?" Helian Tianyun could not help feeling depressed. He had fought with Ling Han before, and the latter did not even need to be boosted with power of the nation to completely defeat him. Was nearly beaten silly. You are such a monster, Brat. Not only is your physique tyrannical, but your pure strength is also just as frightening. He rolled his eyes continuously. Now I am suspecting who is really the descendant of the true dragon. Legend had it that the power of the true dragon was the strongest, and that had been the reason why the immortal realm had used the peak strength of the true dragon as a benchmark of strength. He obviously did not have the true dragon's bloodline, but his power was capable of surpassing him, a dragon descendant with the purest true dragon's bloodline. This was simply unimaginable. Ling Han smiled. The true dragon wouldn't necessarily be the strongest in the immortal realm, otherwise the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art would be a joke. Also, one needed not look very far but just take his 5th disciple as an example. Even if Ding Ping didn't cultivate the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art, his power would be stronger than other martial artists of the same level by more than 10-fold. In comparison to those of the same level, would the true dragon bloodline be this powerful? Therefore, in the immortal realm, there ought to be beings even more incredible than the true dragon. Your disciple is also a freak. Hellion Tianyun evidently thought of it and became more depressed. As if having one freak appear wasn't enough, now there was a second one. But, you really have a lot of room for improvement. Why not wait longer? Hellion Tianyun advised once again. At least Ling Han had yet to cultivate the power of regulation. Ling Han shook his head. After splitting open the sky, the power of regulation of the small world would not be applicable in the immortal realm. It would only be a waste of time, so he decided that he would cultivate the power of regulation after he had entered the immortal realm. After splitting open the skies, Ding Ping will be put under your guidance for training. I will also pass on to you the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art. If you are not able to train the kid properly, I will definitely cut you to pieces later. Ling Han said with a smile. When it came to the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art, Hellion Tianyun immediately became excited. He said, I never thought that there is such a technique in this world. I find it unbelievable that there is a kind of power that could surpass the true dragon. Haha, you just wait until I have successfully completed his cultivation. I will definitely conquer the whole of the immortal realm, and make the 5 sects, the AO clan, and the other bastards kneel down and proclaim their defeat. Haha, don't talk nonsense or someone will say that I am procrastinating. Ling Han waved his hand while watching the sky. Suddenly he flew up. I am splitting open the sky today, he announced to the whole world through the totem. Once he had finished, it immediately triggered the shouts of the people of the whole world. He did not intend for every major force to come and observe the ceremony. But, with splitting open the sky being such an important event, Ling Han had long ago informed the world that he would be splitting open the sky today. The moment he showed himself, the respective major forces waiting for a long time in the vicinity just outside the imperial capital all became anxious. If Ling Han was to fail in splitting open the sky, then they would be forced to accept fate. Taking advantage of the fact that the 5 sects of the immortal realm had yet to invade, they would enjoy their life to the fullest. Then, when the time came, those who ought to accept their fate and those who ought to commit suicide would do so accordingly. Their one and only hope. Moreover, after experiencing failure once, especially when it had been incomparably close to success, everyone had developed a vulnerable heart. He had to succeed. Master. Ding Ping gripped his hands into tight fists. Now he already knew what splitting open the sky represented, and what Ling Han's failure would signify doomsday for all living beings. He hated himself. Why was his strength so weak that he could only watch helplessly, and couldn't offer any assistance in the least? Kid, put great effort into your cultivation. Your future achievements will not be any less than your master's. Hellion Tianyun said. This human gave him a terrifying feeling. Undoubtedly, his strength wasn't all that powerful, but it could burst forth 100-fold. This power was amazing even if he didn't cultivate spiritual chi. Perhaps a freak like him needed not cultivate origin power, as it would just be a waste of time. This was because origin power could not burst forth 100-fold in might through his extraordinary bone structure. Ding Ping nodded. He wanted to share some of his master's burden. He had heard that after entering the immortal realm, his master would be forced to become a hostage. How humiliating was this for the sovereign of a nation? Being the latter's disciple, he felt pain as if he was experiencing it himself. I must become stronger and be capable of becoming Master's right-hand man instead of hiding behind Master and letting him take the pressure alone. You must succeed. The Rain Emperor Feng Piyun, Mu Rongqing, Yu Kaiyu and others said with their fists clenched. You must succeed. Everyone was rallying in their hearts. They held their breaths, feeling nervous and tense like a taut bowstring. The lower realm could no longer retreat. Yet Ling Han felt extremely calm. Unless the 5 sects of the immortal realm were as strong as the elites of the Rock Palace, with the level of strength of that elite last time, he was absolutely unafraid. The issue was that the 5 sects' power was only of the Sun-Moon tier, so where would a greater elite come from? His current battle prowess was on a completely different level from Ma Duo Bao's. Furthermore, his physique was the level of godly metal. From the attacks of the immortal realm, after they had been weakened by the realm powers for a while, he could totally destroy them, and they would not be able to hurt even a strand of his hair. To him, splitting open the sky was merely a journey he had to go through. Chua, he brandished the mountain and river axe. Long live! Long live! Long live! The whole world was rallying through the totem, coming together to form a vast ocean. Ling Han held onto the mountain and river axe. A terrifying force began circulating, and Wang, the mountain and river axe, glowed, emitting endless might. He was currently all too powerful, and brute force and origin power burst forth in unison. His strength reached 13 stars, and coupled with the circulation of all kinds of martial arts and secret techniques, his battle prowess had already attained the height of 23 stars. He had yet to utilize the power of the nation, and it was already Ma Duo Bao's ultimate battle prowess. Even more frightening was that he still has room for improvement. Splitting open the sky would take no effort at all. Chapter 879, Slashing the Eye of Heavenly Tao Again. Shua Ling Han swung the axe in a slashing movement, and the space immediately shattered into fragments like crystal shards. The destructive power of this axe was terrifying. It directly smashed the void. On the other side, the heaven and earth of the immortal realm had already appeared. Wang, the Eye of Heavenly Tao, emerged. Its mission was to stop all those who destroyed the balance between heaven and earth. If it also had sentience, it would have to be extremely depressed. It had been beaten up twice and the sky had been split twice. Was it an unlucky year? As Ling Han had caused great damage, it naturally couldn't wait any longer. The gigantic eye immediately shot open, launching a beam of prismatic light straight at Ling Han. Ling Han effortlessly blocked it and said, "If you stop me, then I will slash you. But if you pledge your allegiance to me, and become an auspicious protector of the great Ling Empire, I can guarantee that you shall exist for all eternity." Hong. Responding to Ling Han were multiple divine chains of regulation, intending to coil around and trap him. "Since you are stubborn, then I will just have to slaughter you." With a cold glare, Ling Han smashed out with the axe, and a gash immediately appeared on the Eye of Heavenly Tao, all across from top to bottom and a meter deep. Blood immediately gushed out violently. The world suddenly descended into an all-consuming sadness. Everyone had the urge to cry. The wound of the Eye of Heavenly Tao burst wide open, and an endless stream of blood gushed out at Ling Han, completely drowning him. Paltry tricks. Ling Han casually swiped the axe. The blood stream was immediately slashed open by him, and like blood-red satin, flowed to either side of him. His gaze fearsome, he slashed once more with the axe. The wound on the Eye of Heavenly Tao expanded a little, almost splitting it into two halves. Too strong. Below, everyone cried out in surprise. They only knew that Ling Han was very strong and monstrous. This was clearly proven when he had slaughtered Ao Jian 1 year ago. However, only a few would know the greatness of Ao Jian's strength after all. On the contrary, the image of Ling Han that had been the most deeply rooted in the hearts of the people was his identity as a heaven-grade alchemist. But now, everyone knew that Ling Han was incomparably strong. Before, how great of an effort had Ma Duo Bao expended just to cut down the Eye of Heavenly Tao? Yet Ling Han had done it easily and appeared still full of energy. In the distance, the 7 kings nodded in unison. It had to be admitted that Ling Han had already surpassed their boss. It was no wonder that Ma Duo Bao held Ling Han in such high esteem, and even passed on the heavy responsibility of splitting open the sky to the latter in the end. Be sure to succeed so as to console Boss Spirit in heaven. That's a given, otherwise how can we go behead those vile 5 sects and the Ao clan? That's right. If they didn't split open the sky, then they would only remain trapped within the lower realm. Even if they wouldn't be refined into the realm pill, they would eventually die of old age. Therefore, in order to avenge Ma Duo Bao, their only way was to split open the sky and ascend into the immortal realm. Only then would they be qualified to slaughter the 5 sects and the Ao clan. The Eye of Heavenly Tao was going mad, and more divine chains of regulation shot out from the eyeball, spreading into a great net. Also, the pointed edges of the chains were sharp beyond comparison, just waiting for an opportunity to pierce through Ling Han's body. In theory, the Eye of Heavenly Tao should be able to suppress Ling Han, as the latter had yet to comprehend the power of regulation. But Ling Han's power was indeed too strong, so strong that it could crush the power of regulation, which caused the Eye of Heavenly Tao to be helpless against him. What was more, Ling Han had yet to utilize his powerful physique. Otherwise you may hit it, but could you penetrate the defense of my body that is on the level of godly metal? Using one hand, Ling Han suppressed the Eye of Heavenly Tao, while his other hand was brandishing the mountain and river axe to split open the sky. He clearly had to divide his attention and energy, yet the Eye of Heavenly Tao was sent flying with an effortless punch and slap, and with a casual swing of the axe, he slashed a wide opening in the sky. The empty void emerged to the greatest extent. Everyone became dumbfounded as they watched. He was much stronger than Ma Duo Bao by a great leap. Splitting open the sky, there was hope for success. Everyone was getting more and more anxious. They had now pinned all hopes on Ling Han. Defeating the Eye of Heavenly Tao and even shattering the void was nothing. The biggest obstacle would come from the immortal realm. It was precisely due to this that Ma Duo Bao had died with resentment. What about Ling Han? Shwa shwa shwa, Ling Han kept on slashing with the axe, and the tear in space kept on getting bigger as well. On the opposite side, the indistinct silhouette of the immortal realm once again appeared before everyone. The Eye of Heavenly Tao was going crazy. It had already detected that the sky would be split open and it had ceased to exist. Of course, it desperately threw out more divine chains of regulation. The whole eye had turned black and frightening chi began spreading. Ling Han's eyes flashed. How could there be demonic chi? One ought to know that this small world of theirs was inclined towards the immortal realm. It would only ascend into the immortal realm and not the netherworld, once the sky had been split open. Yet, why were there signs that the Eye of Heavenly Tao was becoming demonic? Was it someone meddling from the netherworld? Then you won't be allowed to stay anymore. Ling sneered coldly. He wielded the Revere Life Sword on his left hand, and activating the 10,000 techniques returned to one, slashed out. The tip of the blade had been boosted with Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, and as the sword slashed, blazing white lighting was unleashed. Pooh! Lightning streaked across, and the Eye of Heavenly Tao was suddenly cut into two pieces right down the middle. The divine chains of regulation were swaying about in a disorderly state as large amounts of blood poured out, and it fell down from the sky. It burned rapidly as it fell, not leaving any trace of it in this world. Before reaching the ground, the Eye of Heavenly Tao had already been completely burned to ashes. Blood rained upon the whole world. Everyone was filled with a strong sense of sorrow. This was the grief of heaven and earth. But simultaneously, the majestic sound of a horn reverberated through heaven and earth. This was a praising hymn to the hero. Ling Han put away the Revere Life Sword and concentrated on swinging the axe. Shwa shwa shwa, as battle prowess of 23 stars of shattering void tears smashed madly, the sky of the immortal realm drew closer and closer. Shwa, at this moment, the strike from the tip of a 3,000-meter-long sword ray came from the immortal realm. No one was surprised by this. Had there been no response from the immortal realm, then that would be the strangest thing. Ling Han raised his left hand and pressed it down on the sword ray. He had caught onto the blade's tip with his left hand that was imbued with a golden light and lightning. He had utilized two mystical powers to achieve this. In fact, he could have used his physique to take it head-on, but he did not want the 5 sects to know that he possessed this trump card up his sleeve. Perhaps the other side might have a more powerful trick which would be capable of targeting his physique. Thus, it would be considered a secret weapon. With the battle prowess of 23 stars of shattering void tear to counter this move, Ling Han was forced to retreat over 36 meters in the end, and the action of the splitting open the sky was instantly slowed down. In the immortal realm, there emerged again that middle-aged man grasping a long sword. He bore a somber demeanor, but his facial expression was that of amazement. This had really shocked him. Only a short period of 1 year had passed, and another character of the lower realm who could split open the sky actually appeared. Incredible. What was happening with the lower realm? However, in any case, these insignificant beings had better not think that they would succeed in splitting open the sky. They had no idea of the disparity in strength between humans and the immortals. Your Majesty, sire. Everyone shouted in shock. Finally, the most crucial moment has arrived. Ling Han chuckled lightly as he gestured with a middle finger towards the immortal realm, and said, "Today I am splitting open the sky. How could it be possible that I have come unprepared? If your strength is only so, then what right do you have to prevent me from splitting open the sky?" Chapter 880, Substitution. For a monarch to actually give someone the middle finger might have seemed awfully vulgar, but everyone just wanted to vent their spite. They also wanted to say, "Fuck your mother." Being treated as raw materials for refining into the realm pill, who wouldn't want to push the 5 sects of the immortal realm to the ground and step on them? His Majesty was too domineering. On the other side, in the immortal realm, although the middle-aged man wasn't able to hear Ling Han's words, he could clearly see the hand gesture that the latter had put out, and could not help but express anger, his killing intent blazing. What a joke. He was an elite of the Sun-Moon tier, and what did 3 suns and 3 moons mean? The ultimate supreme. In the immortal realm, a tiny difference in tier level would mean an endless gap. What was the notion of his cultivation as a supreme ultimate of Sun-Moon tier? If one were to return Ling Han's strength to the body refining tier, then his would be of the spiritual infant tier. Furthermore, everyone conformed to the same standard of strength. No one could bypass the ranks in battle. There would be absolute suppression, so much so that there wasn't any basis to put them together for comparison to begin with. Yet now, a puny cultivator of the Shattering Void tier actually dared to provoke him, which caused him to nearly explode in fury. He immediately slashed once with his sword, releasing a 3,000-meter sword ray, which, despite crossing the boundaries of 2 realms, still possessed great power enough to kill anyone with a power level of less than 20 stars of Shattering Void tier in this realm. The difference of a single star meant a world of difference. Ling Han gave a casual slap with his palm, and the sword ray was immediately shattered to pieces. He then stood proudly like a god. What? Everyone had mouthed this word silently, full of astonishment. It turned out that it wasn't Ling Han's full strength before. Fuck. This made everyone so emotionally stirred up that their scalps had gone numb, and they genuinely felt that there was hope of splitting open the sky, that it could really succeed. The beautiful women who had gotten acquainted with Ling Han, such as Qin Lianyu, Lin Xiangqin, and Wenren Chen, were all feeling excited and also had a sense of loss at this moment. This man was just too amazing. In the beginning they had all hoped to win him over, but now they could only look at his heroic and domineering figure from afar. If they were given another chance, they would recklessly push Ling Han down and be done with it, so it would then be too late to change anything. Hee, that brat's real strength can be more than that. Lian Tianyun said softly. Only someone like him who often exchanged blows with Ling Han would know that the latter's ultimate battle prowess was 25 stars of the Shattering Void tier. The stronger the strength, the more difficult it was to improve the battle prowess by another star. The same power of the nation at Ling Han's hands when he was just at the first layer of the Shattering Void tier could increase his battle prowess by so much as 15 stars, but now he could get a boost of a pitiful 2 stars. But precisely for this reason, even if it was only a 1-star upgrade, it would give rise to a qualitative change as if he was completely reborn. Ling Han wagged his index finger towards the middle-aged man of the immortal realm, implying, "You are too inferior, this won't do." He then crooked his finger, which was, "If you have any more powerful moves, just use it. This young master is waiting." This angered the middle-aged man. They merely qualified to become their raw materials for refining an alchemical pill, and actually wanted to rebel now? Had Ling Han quietly stayed in the lower realm, when the immortals descended, they would also be suppressed by the realm powers, and not being able to defeat Ling Han would be normal. But now that he had taken the initiative to split open the sky, allowing the immortals to attack with full strength from the immortal realm, he could still act so arrogantly. The middle-aged man slashed his sword multiple times, and 300-meter-long sword rays shot towards Ling Han like a meteor shower. Being an ultimate supreme of the Sun-Moon tier, he could no longer stand being actually unable to kill a mere mortal. Ling Han used one hand to split open the sky, and the other to block incoming attacks. If limited to strength, his attack was unlikely to break through the barriers of the 2 realms and smash into the immortal realm, but to deflect the attacks coming from the immortal realm that had been weakened by the realm powers could be done effortlessly. In the immortal realm, the middle-aged man frowned and stopped attacking. He finally realized that he couldn't do anything to Ling Han. If he went on like this, he could only watch the other party succeed in splitting open the sky. He disappeared from the hole. Long live. Everyone was cheering. Could it be that the 5 sects of the immortal realm had given up? They laughed loudly. Finally, they wouldn't be refined into an alchemical pill. Ling Han dared not be careless, because who'd send the strongest elite out at first? In the eyes of the 5 sects of the immortal realm, even if he and Ma Duobao had the ability to split open the sky, they were only slightly bigger ants. Consequently, they would definitely not dispatch the strongest elite to attack. Sure enough, in just a few breaths of time, another person emerged from the immortal realm. He was an elderly man, full of white hair and white beard, with a sage-like disposition. On top of his head, there was an awe-inspiring sight of 4 suns and 4 moons. The perfection of sun-moon tier. However, it could be clearly seen that he had a sun and moon which was smaller than the other suns and moons. From this, it could be deduced that although this old man had reached perfection of the sun-moon tier, he had yet to reach his true peak of cultivation. Suddenly, the hearts of the people fell once again. Although most people wouldn't know the hierarchical division of levels and corresponding characteristics of the immortal beings, at the very least, they still had some basic understanding. Seeing that there had been substitution by another, the one who was here would definitely be stronger. Your Majesty, you must hold on. The white-haired old man naturally wouldn't say anything, and directly slashed out with his saber. Pooh! Saber ray crashed through the barrier of the realm towards Ling Han. Although most of its power had been consumed during this process, a 6,000-meter-long saber ray cut into this realm. The saber was filled with godly patterns, exuding might beyond the level of this realm. Mystical powers are really the techniques of the immortal realm. Ling Han nodded inwardly. He had sensed the presence of mystical powers from the attacks of the 2 immortals. He believed that mystical powers were the arts of the immortal realm, so whether this technique was strong or weak in the immortal realm, it would become a supreme mystical power as long as it was placed in the lower realm. He raised his hand, activated the earth-overturning seal, and pressed it against the saber ray. Peng Ling Han was suddenly made to retreat a few hundred meters with a slash. Sure enough, the disparity of levels at the immortal level was extremely wide. The other party was obviously a minor level higher than the previous one, but the power of this attack was completely incomparable. Ling Han believed that if these 2 people were to engage in a life-and-death battle, the middle-aged man wouldn't withstand one blow from the old man. He waved his hand. It was a bit numb, but it was just that. You want to slash me with my physique? You had better be able to unleash immortal-level strength first. The old man was also slightly surprised. In his opinion, one slash from his saber was enough to cut Ling Han into 2. What's happening here? The strength of this ant from the lower realm is somewhat stronger than expected. Below, everyone had a feeling of indescribable anxiety. They had just realized that the success of Ma Duo Bao in splitting open the sky had been far beyond reach. The 5 sects of the immortal realm simply hadn't dispatched their strongest elite for the attack back then. Of course, this would be unreasonable. Why would immortals come out to prevent the splitting open of the sky? Otherwise, who would be capable of splitting open the sky? What were they to do? Now that they had substituted the middle-aged man with a stronger person, could Ling Han withstand it? The old man on the opposite side was only slightly surprised for a moment. Immediately, there was a series of saber rays slashing towards this side. Every slash of the saber was a plain strike without any special technique. It might be assumed that no technique could surpass the realm barriers and unleash its might on the other side. Ling Han finally activated the full power of the nation, and raised his battle prowess to its limit. 25 stars. Pa, he grabbed the saber rays with his bare hands, and the saber rays shattered to pieces with a smash, and even the godly patterns inscribed on them were useless. It was necessary to know that Ling Han had activated the earth-overturning seal. This was also a technique of the immortal realm. His martial intent was displayed ostentatiously, enough to counter the godly patterns. Below there was a silence, and then there was a burst of earth-shattering cheers. Long live His Majesty! Almighty Your Majesty! How domineering, Your Majesty! Everyone was hysterically screaming. It was only with such loud screams could they vent their repressed emotions. Impressive. They had really vented their frustrations. Chapter 881. Entering into the Immortal Realm. Ling Han continued to split open the sky. The mountain and river axe fell repetitively. The skies were torn apart and finally connected through to the immortal realm. Boom! The spiritual chi instantly gushed in, as boundless as an ocean. Fuck, I'm about to break through. Hellion Tianyun exclaimed in shock. He was the descendant of the true dragon, and his bloodline was too powerful. Others could not possibly break through to the immortal level without a suitable cultivation technique, but he was different. As long as he was in the environment of the immortal realm, it was as easy as drinking water for him to break through. But he hurriedly suppressed his breakthrough. He had not yet tempered his shattering void tier cultivation to the limit, and had no intention of breaking through so quickly. If it was the previous he who had yet to meet Ling Han, he would naturally think that battle prowess of 20 stars of shattering void tier was already the limit, so what else could he do if not break through? But after meeting a monster like Ling Han, he also seemed to be leaning towards becoming a monster himself. He decided to pound against the target strength of 20 stars of shattering void tier before he considered breaking through. In any case, he was still young, wasn't he? Furthermore, he would definitely be expelled by the lower realm if he broke through now, yet there was still a sky-ceiling great formation above him, so if he was expelled, that would really be courting death. He naturally was not going to do that. Denser spiritual chi was not the only thing gushing in from the immortal realm, there was also a complete set of regulations, which made everyone feel as if they had caught hold of something. Some people directly sat down in a cross-legged position. They obtained an opportunity to break through. The sky had opened, but it was not yet completely successful. Because presently the hole in the sky was still too small, and would not allow the whole lower realm to pass through. However, attracted by the magnetic pull of the immortal realm, the lower realm was still drawing closer to the latter. It was like a pregnant woman, exerting force from both within and without just to give birth to an infant. On the other side, the old man finally had a dramatic change of expression. If this situation continued, then even if Ling Han did not make another move, the lower realm could still possibly pierce through directly due to the attraction from the immortal realm. He quickly left. After a short while, a purple-robed old woman appeared. She too had 4 suns and moons floating above her head. However, her 4 suns and moons were all the same size. This was the real perfected level of the sun-moon tier. She had cultivated to the peak, and if she did not break through to the heavenly body tier, there was no possibility for her to otherwise improve herself. The purple-robed old woman looked coldly at Ling Han. 2 phoenix wings 30,000 meters long stretched out behind her back. Then she extended her right hand and endless fiery flames ignited. Even if the 2 realms were separated, the flames would still made one feel a boundless chill. These flames could burn everything to ash. Xiao, the old woman, flicked a finger and a bullet of fire shot over. It was very plain. There was no thousands meters long sword ray or saber ray, but merely a fire bullet that was about the size of a fist. Yet, the power behind this small fire bullet had exceeded the saber ray from before by at least 10 times. Indeed, even if they were on the same minor layer, the difference between the early period, middle period, late period, and peak period was incredibly colossal. No wonder those that could cross over a sublayer to battle an opponent on a stronger sublayer would deserve to be praised as prodigies. She should be the strongest elite of the 5 sects of the immortal realm. Then Ling Han would only need to block this one blow, and he would have really succeeded and could finally be afraid of nothing, right? Ling Han moved, concentrating all his power, and delivered a palm strike aimed at that bullet of flames. Hong. But it was of no use. Even his battle prowess of 25 stars of shattering void tier could not block this strike, and he was entirely swallowed up by the flames in an instant. "Your Majesty," everyone exclaimed in shock. Could it be that they would fail again at this very instant? It should be known that the skies were already opened, and as long as Ling Han could hold on for a while longer, the whole lower realm would be able to ascend into the immortal realm. On the other side, a smirk appeared on the old woman's face. How terrifying were her true phoenix divine flames. Even immortals on the same cultivation level would not dare take them head-on, what more a mere shattering void tier cultivator. But after an instant, the cold smirk on her face turned into shock. How was this possible? All could see it as Ling Han walked out of the flames. Although his whole body was still burning, his spirit and energy were still full of vigor, his vitality soaring straight up into the heavens. Brandishing the axe, he continued to split the sky open. "Your Majesty," all the citizens exclaimed, every single one of them feeling such excitement they had goosebumps. This was really just like how the saying, "At the end of the line, when there seemed nowhere they could go, there appeared light at the end of the tunnel," went. They had initially thought that everything would end at this point, and had never imagined that Ling Han would give them another surprise. After this feat, the belief that Ling Han was invincible was sown in the hearts of everyone. No matter how bad the situation seemed, their monarch would have a way to solve the problem. The hearts of the people united, and the power of the nation soared greatly. In the skies above the imperial city, the totem of the Black Tower glowed with golden light. A humming sound spread out, and the sound and light enveloped all territory, stretching out to all corners. The nation would become greatly prosperous. The purple-robed old woman wore a dark expression, and once again began her attacks. One after another, bullets of fire surged forth. If one took a closer look, they'd notice all of the fire bullets had godly patterns shaped like a phoenix, their might incredibly frightening. Ling Han knew that his ability was not enough to stand against them, so he decided to simply not bother, and merely brandished the mountain and river axe to slash ruthlessly at the skies, relying on his impressively strong physique to take them head-on. This was his real trump card. A physique as tough as godly metal, just burn it if you could. If they were in the immortal realm, Ling Han would naturally not dare be so rash, but with the realms separated, what did he have to be afraid of? If her attacks could display their full might, that meant that the splitting open of the sky had succeeded, right? Open, open, open. With every wave of the axe, millions and millions of citizens would follow up with a cheer. They were unable to share Ling Han's burden, so they could only use this method to express their support for Ling Han. Not only the commoners did so, the Seven Kings and Hellion Tianyun were all affected by the ambience, and were screaming alongside the ordinary citizens. Open, open, open. Ling Han too seemed to have gone mad. The flame bullets from the old woman were really a little scary. Even with his physique, there were signs of melting from the intense heat. Thus, he definitely could not allow his body to continue burning like this. He had to complete splitting open the sky as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could really be disintegrated by the flames. The old woman on the other side was also getting worried. The splitting open of the sky was just a hair's breadth from succeeding. If she could not stop them now, the lower realm would become a cooked duck that had escaped. She spared no effort and continued to attack, striking out endless flame bullets that transformed into a rain of fire that dropped from the immortal realm. Open in my name. Ling Han delivered the last axe strike. Hong. This opening was big enough, and the attraction from the immortal realm instantly increased several hundred times further. The lower realm immediately sped up, crashing towards the immortal realm. It was like a baby bird that was bursting out of its egg. There was a great formation sealing them in from outside, but how could the barrage of a small world be something that could be blocked by a formation on the level of mountain river tier? The formation instantly collapsed. The whole mainland along with the seas rushed out together. Ping, ping, ping. In the vicinity, the purple-robed old woman, the white-haired old man, and the middle-aged man were all shaken by the impact and collapsed onto the ground, spewing out torrents of blood. They actually dared to stand in the way of splitting open the sky. This was the counterattack from the heavens and earth. They could only sprawl on the ground and watch helplessly as the lower realm flew towards the heavens, abruptly turning into a tiny dot that they had lost all sight of. Ling Han dropped down from the skies. He found out to his surprise that he actually could no longer fly. It was not that the pressure here caused him to be unable to fly, but rather some regulation had banned him from flying. However, he immediately realized the difference. The others had as well. They could not clearly explain what the difference was, but only felt their whole bodies were comfortably warm as if they were bathing inside a hot spring, feeling indescribably relaxed. They had entered into the immortal realm. From now on, they were no longer the ants of the lower realm, but the citizens of the immortal realm. Long live! Everyone cheered, feeling a heartfelt pride for their ruler. But very quickly, everyone had lost all ability to speak because the scenery around them was too dazzlingly beautiful. The lower realm, under the regulations of the immortal realm, began a long journey traversing through the galaxy. Soon they could see the mainland of the immortal realm they had previously spotted. From a colossal piece of land, it transformed into a ball, then became a dot. And in the boundless universe, there were uncountable numbers of such dots. Chapter 882, Boost of Fortune. Is every dot a great land like the one before? How is that possible? They are all circular, so wouldn't the people who stood on the other side fall off? Is the immortal realm so big? It is practically endless. Everyone was exclaiming in shock. They were used to their surroundings, and the lower realm was really just a piece of land, the sky circular and the land squarish. But here, the lands were circular, which had shattered their perception so far. What is that huge ball of fire? Is that the sun? But is the sun that big? So those multiple stars turned out to be various lands, circular lands. The lower realm was really flying too quickly. They had possibly surpassed any great elite of the immortal realm, and had instantly passed by uncountable galaxies and innumerable universes. Finally its speed slowed down. Ahead of them there appeared a gigantic planet. It was primarily covered with yellow earth, and the sky-blue ocean merely occupied a fifth of its entire expanse. The lower realm descended. Part of the earth was ripping open as if it was making room for it. One had to know that the lower realm was really quite big, but compared with this planet, it was pitifully small. They did not even reach 10,000th of its size. It would be a piece of cake for this planet to accommodate the whole lower realm. Hong, a muffled sound came from the earth. It was the mainland setting rigidly in place. An even denser spiritual chi surged forth, and instantly led to a considerable many completing their breakthrough. The level here was too high. Even if they merely took a few breaths, it would be enough to let these mortals advance their cultivation level. Ling Han was also feeling internally restless. He had already reached the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier, and was qualified to break through. However, he chose to suppress his breakthrough. It was slightly difficult to cultivate to the strength of 20 stars of Shattering Void tier in the lower realm, but this was the immortal realm, and there were explosively large amounts of resources of various kinds. Long live! Long live the Emperor! The whole mainland was cheering. Now they had finally struggled free of the destiny of becoming raw materials, and had furthermore become the people of the immortal realm. Their level of existence had been greatly boosted, and in future this boost would slowly be reflected. Above the imperial capital, the totem of the Black Tower became solid, and was increasingly majestic. Innumerable streams of spiritual chi as well as some indescribable unknown substance gushed into the totem of the Black Tower, and through this transmitted into the body of the person who had engraved his name on the totem of the Black Tower. Splitting open the sky was a great feat, and it would obtain the approval and reward from the heavens and earth. Ling Han discovered that his strength was in the process of rapidly increasing. 14 stars of Shattering Void tier, 15 stars, 16 stars. However, 2 days' time had also passed. A strength upgrade of a whole 3 stars was too frightening. This meant that his current battle prowess was close to reaching 30 stars of Shattering Void tier. Additionally, he discovered something had also changed with his physique. His spirit base moved, filled with godly traits. The one who split the sky open would be boosted with fortune. Something like fortune was indescribable, untouchable and invisible, but it would really unleash its usefulness. The whole nation was celebrating. It was a day of great joy for all the citizens of the Great Ling Empire. But this kind of wonderful atmosphere did not persist long. Very soon an elite of this planet had arrived. Who is the nation's leader? An arrogant, disdainful voice sounded. A person was standing above the imperial palace. He was an immortal. Ling Han's present battle prowess was close to 30 stars of Shattering Void tier, but from the first moment he saw the speaker, he knew that he could not possibly be a match for the latter. The gap was too big. Even the weakest kind of immortal would be several thousand times stronger than the most monstrous Shattering Void tier cultivator. Now, there was no realm barrier separating them anymore. Immortals were real immortals without the slightest decrease to their actual power. Before splitting open the sky, Ling Han was already prepared. Thus, without a change of expression, he merely said calmly, "I am here." Oh. The person was a man that seemed to be in his 30s with a tall and thin figure. He deliberately revealed his ability, and there was a shadowy image of a tall mountain behind him. This meant that he was in the Mountain River tier, but he had only reached the minor layers of Mountain River tier at most. Because the tier was called Mountain River tier, how could he be considered complete where there was only a mountain but no river? In the immortal realm, this was the lowest ranked elite, but they could still be called elites as they could crush all people of the lower realm. I am the special envoy of the Eastern Void Royal Empire, Yen Yongyi. Since you are the nation's leader, then immediately deliver up your national book and declare yourself subject to my empire. He said calmly, looking extremely indifferent. In his eyes, it was a natural turn of events. How many immortals were there in the Eastern Void Royal Empire? They numbered in the millions. Any one of them would be able to destroy this new world, so wasn't declaring themselves subject to their authority a natural turn of events? Hearing these words, all the citizens in the imperial capital looked angered. After this feat of splitting open the sky, everyone now thought of Ling Han as a real god, an invincible emperor. How could an emperor suffer such humiliation? Ho ho, Even the Eastern Void Royal Empire would dare to vie for this new territory with my Content Water Royal Empire? Shio, another person appeared suddenly and quickly, standing above the Imperial Palace to stand opposite of Yen Yongyi. Haha, have you all forgotten my Thunder Central Royal Empire? A third immortal arrived. Ling Han had heard Yi Shuang say before that land and citizens were all extremely valuable resources in the immortal realm because they would have an effect on power of the nation. Now that a new mainland had come from a small world, what force would not want to have a share of the loot? More importantly, splitting open the sky would be rewarded by the heavens and earth, and if one could swallow up the power of the nation of the Great Ling Empire, it would be extremely nutritious for the nation and their own power of the nation. Ling Han stood solemnly and silently. He had long made himself prepared, yet could also control the price and sell. For a good price he at least wanted to sell themselves off to a relatively powerful force. Then, after he left, the Great Ling Empire would be relatively safe, and there was no need to worry about it being invaded. Shio, amidst the flicker of brilliant light, an air vessel arrived traveling through the air. Abruptly, those three immortals showed expressions of utmost seriousness. The immortal realm had the rules of the immortal realm. Those that could fly with only their physical bodies were definitely great elites, but possessing a god tool that allowed flight also implied a formidable background. Putting aside all others, those immortals that had arrived first had all raced over on their own two legs. They had only arrived first because they were nearer. On board of this air vessel, there stood a man dressed in white robes that fluttered in the breeze. Appearance-wise he looked to be only 26 or 27 years old, but those who were able to become immortals had extraordinarily long lifespans, so their age naturally could not be judged by appearance. There was a treasured sword slung on his back. He did not show his aura, and there was no way to estimate his cultivation level just from his appearance. Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire. When everyone saw a symbol emblazoned on the air vessel, they were immediately filled with apprehension and revealed their respect. Just like in the lower realm, where the names of sect, faction, and society could not be used arbitrarily, it was the same in the immortal realm. Imperial Empire, Majestic Empire, and Royal Empire all represented absolutely different levels of power. With an overseer of the Sun-Moon tier, a faction could establish a nation in the immortal realm and set up a royal empire. Meanwhile, a Majestic Empire required an elite of the Heavenly Body tier, whereas Imperial Empire needed an elite of the Eternal River tier. This could absolutely not be messed up. Of course, an existence like the Great Ling Empire was naturally going by a different standard because it had risen from the lower realm. Are you the nation's leader? The white-robed man looked at Ling Han, smiled, and said, I am Shang Qingyun, and am under the authority of the Lord Left Minister of the Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire. Lord Shang. Ling Han clasped his hands in greeting. This was the immortal realm. There was a need for him to put away all his pride. However, it was an easy thing to put away his pride, but difficult to bend his proud personality. In his bones, he was still a very forceful person, and possessed a pride that preferred death to dishonor. Chapter 883, Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire. Beyond expectations, this Shang Qingyun was actually very amiable, and did not put on the airs of an elite. It made Ling Han feel very rueful. The more noble their background, the more modest and unassuming they were. Of course, this Shang Qingyun still possessed a deep-set pride to him. He was quite obviously standing there, yet took not one of the envoys from the royal empires seriously. Shang Qingyun was here on behalf of the Lord Left Minister, so his purpose was naturally to subjugate the Great Ling Empire so that it would become a subject of the Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire and, to speak bluntly, to become a subordinate force under the Lord Left Minister. The Majestic Empire was too powerful, and a minor force that had just ascended after opening the sky was completely beneath its notice. Ling Han asked the other about the basic distribution of power in this place, and Shang Qingyun did not hide anything, but instead told him the truth. This planet was called Joint Peace Planet. There was a total of 3 great majestic empires on it, namely the Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire, Eternity Sky Majestic Empire, and Jade Drop Royal Empire. Beneath these 3 majestic empires, there were hundreds of royal empires. The 3 great majestic empires were equal in power, and had warred with each other for many years, each wanting to annex the others. And this had also allowed room for the royal empires to survive. They were all subjects of one of the majestic empires, and fought with each other over territory and people very intensely. Thus, the moment the Great Ling Empire opened the sky and appeared, the surrounding royal empires immediately sent their envoys, but they had not imagined that the chaotic star's Majestic Empire had also moved. Even if it was just a representative of the left minister, that still caused the other royal empires to give up. Fight with a Majestic Empire? Had they grown tired of existing? After another while, the envoys sent by the Eternity Sky Majestic Empire and Jade Drop Majestic Empire also arrived, wanting to take the Great Ling Empire in as their subordinate force. This was not because the Great Ling Empire had massive territory and masses of people, but because they had come through opening the sky, so their power of the nation was very beneficial for their respective majestic empires. After some consideration, Ling Han decided to temporarily rely on the assistance of the chaotic star's Majestic Empire. Firstly, it would not be possible for him to choose one of them. Although they looked to be all smiles and easy to deal with, if they really became hostile, that would definitely not be any slower than flipping the page of a book. Then, if it was necessary to choose one of them, the chaotic star's Majestic Empire was still the best because the Great Ling Empire's current location was closest to the chaotic star's Majestic Empire. This was for the sake of the safety of their nation. Ling Han wrote the national book and handed it over to Shang Qingyun. From now onwards, the Great Ling Empire would be a vassal state of the chaotic star's Majestic Empire. It had to offer tribute and obey it, whereas the chaotic star's Majestic Empire would be responsible for protecting the Great Ling Empire. The moment the national book was handed over, the shadowy image of a nine-tailed divine fox flew out from Shang Qingyun's body. It delivered a heavy bite towards the totem of the Black Tower above the imperial capital, and it was instantly as if the totem of the Black Tower had been heavily wounded and became blurry. Meanwhile, everyone in the Great Ling Empire experienced a feeling of grief. This was a humiliation of their nation, for they were forced to declare themselves subjects to others. Although they had all prepared themselves long ago, there were still many that felt great fury, wanting nothing more than to have a fierce battle. However, even more had retained their senses. They had just entered the immortal realm, so what right did they have to compete with the forces of the immortal realm? If you are not willing to submit, then you have to work hard on your cultivation. Without power, you can only bear with it. Just think of His Majesty, he has to endure it. If it wasn't for the sake of this nation, His Majesty could completely let go and leave. The world is so big, so what place could not accommodate His Majesty? With His Majesty's genius, he would definitely be able to rise up very quickly in this immortal realm. Since His Majesty has chosen to endure for our sake, how could we possibly disappoint His Majesty? I want to become stronger. I want to share His Majesty's burden. The citizens did not collapse because of this humiliation. Instead, they knew their shame and grew brave because of it. All of them felt choked, and were determined to give their all in cultivation so that the Great Ling Empire would be able to regard the whole world superciliously and need not bow to any force. Lord Monarch, please follow me to our imperial capital and pay respects to the Lord Left Minister, Shang Qingyun said with a smile. This trip had been successfully completed, which made him feel very pleased. He even felt Ling Han was easier on the eyes. Ling Han had long made arrangements for everything, so he nodded, and stepped onto the air vessel together with Shang Qingyun. He took a last look at the imperial capital and thought quietly, I will definitely return. Your Majesty. Everyone knelt. Even the 7 kings knelt on one knee and nodded. As they watched Ling Han leave, their eyes were red. Ling Han nodded and said, Cultivate well, don't disappoint me. We shall obey your imperial decree, they all declared loudly. Shang Qingyun chucked and steered the air vessel. The air vessel instantly ripped through the air. This vessel was too fast. It was like a shooting star, which made Ling Han extremely stunned. He had already tried it out before. In the immortal realm, his speed had at least slowed down by 100 times because the regulations of this place were different. In comparison with this flying vessel, he was as slow as a snail. On the journey, Ling Han humbly asked for guidance, and the other gradually no longer put up any airs, and addressed Ling Han directly by his name. It was an improvement. The repetitive addressing of him as monarch, in truth, seemed to be more of a taunt, as if to remind Ling Han that he was currently a hostage. The monarch of the chaotic star's Majestic Empire was an empress. She was at the perfection level of the heavenly body tier, and her power was unfathomable. This empress had not married yet. Apparently, not only was she as beautiful as a fairy, she was also extremely lovely. There had once been rumors that the monarchs of the two great majestic empires of Eternity Sky and Jade Drop were both willing to surrender their thrones as long as the Empress of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire was willing to marry them. Although this was only a rumor, one could see how extremely enchanting this Empress was from it. Beneath the Empress there were the 9 kings, and all the 9 kings were female. The strongest had even reached perfection of the heavenly body tier, whereas the weakest was still in the mountain river tier, and had just been bestowed her title a few years ago. As for why she could be bestowed the title of king when she was only in mountain river tier, that was known to no one. In the Chaotic Star's majestic empire, the Empress was the ultimate authority. No one would dare or was able to question her supreme authority. Beneath the 9 kings, there was the left and right minister. These two people were old rivals, and now that they had become irreconcilable, this was naturally the deliberate intention of the Empress of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire. This was a means to balance out the power in the court. The left and right minister were definitely aware of it as well. Thus, even if they actually did not want to oppose one another, they still had to do so. Otherwise, they would definitely lose imperial favor or even be suppressed. These two were also extremely powerful. Rumor had it that they were at the minor levels of the heavenly body tier. Of course, that was completely incomparable to the Empress. Additionally, there were also the 7 generals. In terms of political power, they were slightly weaker than the 2 ministers, but their abilities were not weak. They, too, were beings in the minor levels of the heavenly body tier. However, the 2 ministers were responsible for internal affairs, whereas the 7 generals took charge of external affairs, and were responsible of commanding the military forces and defenses. Ling Han casually listened to Shang Qingyun speak of the various military and civil officials. For the exact details, he could slowly make his inquiries once they reached the imperial capital. Ling Han, you were able to open the sky to enter into the immortal realm, so your talent is naturally impressive. You can enroll in the Scarlet Heaven Academy to study for a while. After Shang Qingyun briefly talked about the power structure of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire, he made this suggestion to Ling Han. Please teach me, sir, Ling Han said humbly. The Scarlet Heaven Academy is the largest and best academy in our empire. All other things aside, the juniors of the left and right minister and the 7 generals are all studying there, Shang Qingyun said with a smile. I, too, had the fortune of staying in the Scarlet Heaven Academy for 387 years. Unfortunately, due to inadequate talent, I was still cast out in the end. He paused for a moment, then continued, if you are able to meet some high-ranking officials and nobles there, then it would make for some sort of relations. Even if you are not able to return to your own nation, you will at least be able to move freely within the territory of our empire, and would no longer have to be trapped in the imperial capital. As per the agreement, Ling Han, as a hostage, could only remain in the imperial capital. If he took one step out of it, it could be regarded as a challenge to the imperial authority, and he could be directly executed for it. Ling Han nodded and quickly questioned the other about the exact details of the Scarlet Heaven Academy. To be honest, if he wanted to break through to the immortal level, he would have to obtain an immortal level cultivation technique. In terms of body arts, he had the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art, but in terms of origin power, there was nothing he could do. Without the guidance of a cultivation technique, he could only mull over it himself, and that would be too time-consuming. Chapter 884, 4th Young Mississippi. Xiang Qingyun talked for the whole journey and Ling Han listened the whole way. When they reached the imperial capital of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire, Ling Han had a considerable understanding of the Scarlet Heaven Academy. This top academy in the imperial capital of the Chaotic Star's majestic empire had existed for more than 100 millennia. After many years of development, it was divided into the northern, southern, eastern, and western institutions. Although they were all in the imperial capital, they could be considered 4 independent institutions, and had a fiercely competitive relationship with one another. If Ling Han wanted to enroll in the Scarlet Heaven Academy, with his status as the monarch of a nation, he would only need to speak to the left minister, and his enrollment into the academy would definitely be a small matter. However, I would advise you to best enter based on your own merits, Xiang Qingyun said. After another 10 days, the Northern Institution will hold the enrollment ceremony that would take place once every 20 years. If you are able to show an excellent performance, then you will be able to gain the focused nurturing and attention from the institution. Otherwise, Lord Left Minister indeed can easily send you into the institution, but you will only become an ordinary student. Ling Han knew that the 4 institutions held their enrollment ceremonies separately from each other. There would be a chance once every 5 years. If one could pass the enrollment test and get in based on his own merits, then the more excellent his results, the more it was possible that he would be able to gain the focused attention of the institution. He would be able to gain an incline in terms of cultivation resources. Naturally, he would also be able to gain an immortal level cultivation technique. This year, it was the northern institution's turn to enroll new students. 5 years later, it would be the eastern institution's turn, and after another 5 years, it would be the southern institution. It was a 20-year cycle. However, if one wanted to enroll into the Scarlet Heaven Academy, then the minimum requirement was the Shattering Void tier. Every institution was further divided into 5 levels, which corresponded with the 4 minor levels of the Shattering Void tier and the Mountain River tier. As for those who had reached the peak of the Mountain River tier, then sorry, but if you wanted to continue to ascend further than that, you would have to think of something on your own. For example, you could become the disciple of some elite, join some powerful force, or simply set out to explore ancient historical sites to obtain higher-level cultivation techniques. Ling Han now did not need to consider the things after Mountain River tier. After entering the Scarlet Heaven Academy, he could at least learn cultivation techniques all the way up to the Mountain River tier. He had to get in. Ling Han pondered. He had just arrived in the Immortal Realm, and was still a stranger in a strange place. He needed a place to stay so he could calmly observe this world, and as the Alchemy Emperor, there was definitely ample scope for him to showcase his abilities. The imperial capital of the Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire was named Point Star City, and was astonishingly huge. It was at least 100 times the size of the imperial capital of the Great Ling Empire. One could see the light of formations flickering on all 4 sides of the imperial city from afar. They could explode with terrifying might at any moment. According to Xiang Qingyun, if any immortals below the heavenly body tier dared to barge in forcefully, they would be killed directly by the formations. There was no other possibility. After arriving, even if Xiang Qingyun was the subordinate of the left minister, he could only obediently steer his air vessel downwards and go through the official procedures to enter into the city. After helping Ling Han get temporary identification papers, the two of them entered into the city and headed towards the left minister manor. The left minister was one of the masters at the power peak of this powerful majestic empire, so his manor was naturally incredibly big. It was definitely not inferior to Ling Han's imperial palace in any way, and was built from materials that were definitely 100 times, 1,000 times more precious. Looking from afar, one would be able to see that there were images of true dragons and true phoenixes flying around above the manor, making for a very grand and majestic sight. If even the manor of the left minister was like this, then how would the palace of the empress look like? Xiang Qingyun arrived at the manor's entrance, showed proof of his identity and brought Ling Han inside. He seemed to have considerable status in the manor, as servants would all respectfully bow and pay respects to him on the way. Very soon they arrived at an elegant courtyard. Xiang Qingyun had Ling Han sit down on a stone stool by the side and wait, whereas he himself entered indoors to inform the left minister. Theoretically, with the fact that Ling Han had yet to even enter into immortal level, he was absolutely not qualified to meet personally with the left minister. However, Ling Han still had the identity of the monarch of the Great Ling Empire, and furthermore had successfully opened the sky. This was quite extraordinary, and the left minister became interested in meeting Ling Han. Ling Han waited quietly. Sha sha sha. After a while, the sound of footsteps were heard from the bushes. Ling Han turned around only to see a young girl strolling over. She was dressed in a long skirt as green as lake water. It had a very fitting cut and completely outlined her shapely figure. However, because it was a skirt, it allowed her to exude a more graceful and spirited feeling. This young girl looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. She was incredibly beautiful, her almond eyes curved yet showing a hint of mischief. One look and he could tell she was the young Miss type with a lot of weird ideas. She was at the Shattering Void tier in its 9th layer. As for her battle prowess, he could not tell how many stars she had reached just from appearance alone. If this young girl was really only 16 or 17, then it would be shocking. However, this was the Immortal Realm, and it was not uncommon to see Shattering Void tier elites who were younger than 20 here. For example, weren't Xiao Miaoyin, Wu Gaoyuan and their likes the same? Besides, the left minister's power was much stronger than the 5 sects, so it would be nothing surprising for an even younger Shattering Void tier elite to appear here. This young girl obviously spotted Ling Han as well. She crossed her arms behind her back, walked towards Ling Han, and then circled around him once. Pursing her lips, she said, "Kid, which clan's junior are you? Here to go through my daddy's back door so you can stuff yourself into the Scarlet Heaven Academy? Let me tell you, young people have to depend on themselves. For example, even though I am the fourth young miss, didn't I also follow the rules, now preparing to pass the test of the Northern Institution to enter into the academy?" The young girl spoke in a very mature tone as if she was educating someone. She was the fourth daughter of the left minister? Xiang Qingyun would naturally not share gossip about the left minister's private life with him. Thus, Ling Han also had no idea how many sons, daughters and other juniors the left minister had. He smiled calmly and said, "I think fourth young miss has misunderstood." The other party thought of him as someone who had come to get in through the back door, to enroll into the Scarlet Heaven Academy with the help of the left minister. "What did I misunderstand?" the young girl said in a tsundere way. Her jade-like beautiful face was extremely dazzling and indescribably good-looking. "I indeed plan on entering into the Scarlet Heaven Academy, but have no intention of asking for the Lord Left Minister's help. Instead, I plan to pass the enrollment test myself and get in on my own," Ling Han explained with a smile. "Yo, after hearing my words, you've become stubborn." The young girl laughed loudly. "Fine then, let's spar. Let me see how much ability you have." Ling Han shook his head and answered, "I am a few years older than you, so if I fought you, I'd be a bully. Che, you are in the 9th layer of Shattering Void tier and so am I. Who's afraid?" The young girl was obviously an undisciplined and uncontrollable young miss. She immediately leaped at Ling Han, her slender hand delivering a palm strike aimed right at Ling Han's chest. However, though she was unruly, she was not a bad person. This palm strike only had 70% of her power behind it as she had withdrawn the other 30%. If Ling Han was not her match, then she would draw back all her power so that she would not wound Ling Han. Ling Han casually blocked and Peng power spread out. The two of them stepped back at the same time. Ling Han retreated 7 steps, while the young girl merely took 3 steps back. It was not that Ling Han was not strong enough, but rather that he had only used a bit of his power. But he still nodded internally. This young girl's battle prowess had actually reached 16 stars, and this had already surpassed the 8 kings. It was only inferior to the likes of Xiao Miaoyan. However, she obviously still had a lot of space for improvement. It would be very, very difficult for her to reach a battle prowess of 20 stars in the future, but it was still possible for her to reach 19 stars. Chapter 885, Depending on You. I couldn't tell, but you do have a bit of ability. The young girl appeared surprised. The difference of a single star of Shattering Void tier meant a world of difference, and in the Immortal realm this applied as well. Starting from 9 stars of Shattering Void tier, there were pitifully few that had more than 10 stars of battle prowess, and 14 stars was yet another great barrier. If there was 1 in 100 that could reach battle prowess above 10 stars of Shattering Void tier, then there was at most only 1 in 10,000 that could achieve 15 stars of battle prowess. Although the young girl had not given it her all, her casual strike was still at least worth 13 to 14 stars of battle prowess, but the other party was actually able to match her evenly, which naturally caused her to feel slightly shocked. Again? Her competitive spirit had been incited, and she immediately started to deliver a rain of attacks on Ling Han. Ling Han, as one who had lived 2 lifetimes, knew that this kind of young miss was not someone to trifle with. It would be all right if he lost, but if he won she would definitely not drop the matter. However, he also had his pride, so why was there a need for him to lose? Thus, he casually parried and blocked, maintaining the situation in which neither of them had the upper hand. After repetitive unsuccessful attacks, the young girl's temper flared up, and she no longer thought about withholding her power. As her hands flew out in blows, she gave it her full effort, determined to defeat Ling Han. Unfortunately, Ling Han had presently reached 16 stars merely in pure strength alone, and as the saying went, a physically strong person would be able to defeat 10 opponents skilled in technique, so even if he did not use any technique, he was able to suppress her fully. Ling Han naturally would not do that. He merely maintained the stalemate, and even allowed the young girl to feel as if she was slightly having the upper hand, though she was still unable to completely dominate him. The space in the Immortal realm was indeed sturdy. Yet Ling Han's thoughts had strayed elsewhere, If two great elites with battle prowess of 16 stars of Shattering Void tier fought it out in the lower realm, then he presumed that not just this garden, but even the whole Point Star City would undoubtedly explode. But now, the waves of power they created actually just shook a few tree leaves in the garden, just as if they had returned to the body refining tier. Ping ping ping. The two people fought vigorously, but it was practically the young girl on the attack, whereas Ling Han was purely on defense. Good men would not fight with women, so what could he prove by winning against this young girl? Presently Ling Han only wanted to defeat the 5 sects and the AO clan, whereas in the future he wished to surpass the elites of the Rock Palace. Wei Wei, stop. An austere voice rang out. Ling Han was on the defense in the first place, merely wanting her to stop and not intending to fight back. Thus, he naturally withdrew as well, leaving the decision in the hands of the young girl. No, I want to defeat him, I'm just a breath away, the young girl declared with a pout and adorable naivete. Two people walked outdoors. One was a man that looked to be only in his 40s, dressed in a Qilin robe, giving off an air of might without expressing any anger. The other was Xiang Qingyun. He was respectfully following behind this man, his hands stuck on either side of him as if he was a servant. Needless to say, this middle-aged man was the left minister of the empire, Li Cheng, also known as Minister Li, a super elite of the heavenly body tier. You little girl, could it be that you still do not know that he is going easy on you after such a long fight? Minister Li asked, smiling. What? The young girl immediately stopped. Tilting her head to one side, she looked at Ling Han and asked, Hey, tell me the truth, were you purposely going easy on me? Fourth young miss has extraordinary talent and ability. Ling Han did not answer directly, but instead circled around and began to praise the young girl's talent in martial arts. This was not mere flattery from him, though, as she was indeed very extraordinary. The young girl was instantly all smiles, not realizing that Ling Han had changed the topic. She proudly raised her head, her snow-white nape showing off her elegance as if it was the neck of a swan. One would feel pleased just from looking at her. Her name was Li Weiwei, the fourth and youngest daughter of the left minister. The left minister had a total of 4 daughters. The right minister, on the other hand, had 8 sons, and they really deserved to be called rivals. Minister Li said, Girl, did you know that this young man has just come from a small world? Oh, isn't it just shattering the empty void? Li Weiwei said carelessly. With how big the Joint Peace Planet, there was a good several thousand people that ascended here from a small world every year, and on average there were at least a dozen every day. You just shattered the empty void after reaching the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier, you are really one with little courage. She was a bit disdainful. Stepping into the Shattering Void tier, one would be qualified to shatter the void to enter into the immortal realm. Even if you were the more careful type, then you should have acted the moment you reached the 5th or 6th layer, but you came to the immortal realm only after dragging it out into the 9th layer. Really, what a scaredy cat. Minister Li revealed an astute smile and asked, Weiwei, why don't we have a wager? What kind of wager? Li Weiwei asked without thinking too deeply. We'll just wager on the outcome of the battle between you and Ling Han. Minister Li smiled. If you win, I will not attempt to control you any more in the future, and you can go wherever you like to play. All right, you're not allowed to weasel out. Li Weiwei was immediately pleased. She had always wanted to leave the imperial capital and travel around, but Minister Li would keep worrying about this and that, and protected her very securely. She was afraid that her father would take back his words, and immediately put up a fighting stance, ready to start fighting Ling Han at any moment. Minister Li spread out his hands in front of him and said, If you lose. How could I possibly lose? Li Weiwei interrupted. In the current era, only a Shattering Void tier cultivator like her would dare to interrupt the words of an elite of the heavenly body tier. Minister Li was naturally not going to become angry. Although he had 4 daughters, his first 3 daughters had married a few millennia ago already. This youngest daughter, meanwhile, had been born just over a dozen years ago, and was also the one that he doted on the most. If you lose, then you will have to be at least in the Mountain River tier to be able to leave the imperial capital, and reach the Sun Moon tier to be able to leave the territory of the Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire, he said, smiling. No matter how his daughter thought about it, there was no reason to lose. Fine. Li Weiwei nodded. Presently she only wanted to defeat Ling Han. Then she would be able to leave the imperial capital and travel to various nations and lands, enjoying a life of freedom. She rushed out and began her attacks on Ling Han. Ling Han was still as how he had been, casually blocking and parrying. He had no intention of becoming a tool in the wager between this father and daughter, but it seemed to be unavoidable. Ling Han, I'm depending on you, you have to win. Minister Li smiled as he said to Ling Han. Although he was all smiles, he had an air of supreme authority about him, which was both because he was an elite of the heavenly body tier and because he was the left minister of a majestic empire. Ling Han gave out a sigh. If he disobeyed, then the left minister would definitely make life difficult for him. This kind of elite, this kind of noble, it would be really too easy for him to deal with Ling Han. It was absolutely impossible that anyone would be willing to stand up for him. Furthermore, even if the left minister killed him, they could always put another puppet in place. He increased a bit of his battle prowess and instantly gained the upper hand. However, he still left some face for Li Weiwei, and merely defeated her after over 100 moves. Li Weiwei could not accept this. How could this be? Possibly a lower realm cultivator was so fearful that he had to wait until he reached the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier to dare to enter into the Immortal realm. Actually surpassed her in battle prowess. She shook her head blankly. After a while she said, I do not yield, we'll battle again. Minister Li finally laughed loudly and said, Silly girl, Ling Han is the master of the small world. He had opened the sky successfully just a few days ago, bringing along the whole small world with him to ascend into the Immortal realm. Ah. It was only now Li Weiwei realized that she had misunderstood previously. It turned out that Ling Han was not fearful of death, but rather dragged things out to the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier because he wanted to split open the sky. Those capable of opening the sky were definitely the prodigies of the era. She had fallen into the trap. Both Ling Han and her old man had fooled her together. Despicable. Too despicable. She was angry now. Chapter 886, Offended. Li Weiwei glared at Ling Han. It's bad enough that my father lied to me. You are just a stranger, what right do you have to bully me? How have I offended you that you would treat me like this? Haha, now you must accept the consequences of losing the bet. You shall henceforth attend the Scarlet Heaven Academy. Don't keep thinking of running around. Minister Li said sternly. He was really fearful that this precious daughter of his would lose her temper and adopt a confrontational stance instead. Li Weiwei pouted her small lips. I naturally won't disobey my father's command, but this brat, humph. I won't let him off easy, and shall punish him until he begs for mercy. Ling Han's feelings were only expressed through his eyes. He knew that this young lady wouldn't be willing to leave the matter to rest as it was. But what could be done? The left minister had already put it this way: if he were to deliberately lose to Li Weiwei, then he would be going against the left minister. The consequences resulting from the two choices would be completely different. However, he had nothing to fear if it was only this kind of crafty and unruly young lady. He was only fearful if the other party would bring out some immortal-level elite of the Immortal realm. If Ling Han did not wish to expose the secret of the Black Tower, he could only restrain his annoyance at the moment. It is best not to force me, Ling Han said to himself. He might seem to be easygoing, but this in fact clashed with his proud and unyielding character. If worse comes to worst, then let the matter be resolved in battle. Haha, Weiwei, you ought to learn more from Ling Han. He had come here by splitting open the sky. Who knows how much greater his martial arts talent will be compared to yours. Minister Li used Ling Han as an example with the intention to properly educate his daughter. If this sentence had been directed to any subordinate, the other party would have shown great reverence and even put up an appearance of sincerely asking Ling Han for guidance, but why would Li Weiwei care? Had she really intended to be obedient, why would the left minister have needed to put up a front and intentionally set up a trap with the bet? Even an extremely powerful person would also have a weak spot. The weak spot of Minister Li was obviously this young daughter, so thoroughly spoiled that he was even reluctant to rebuke her. Li Weiwei was still groaning, staring intently at Ling Han with her beautiful eyes. Naturally, she was not the least bit convinced, but she was quite curious. This brat does not seem to possess any kind of remarkable abilities. Why was he capable of splitting open the sky? Every year, it was not uncommon for thousands of Shattering Void tier cultivators from the lower realms to enter the Immortal realm, but those who had come by splitting open the sky had never appeared before, at least not in the history of the Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire. He was a man who had created history. Originally, she would have been very curious, but now she only has one thought in mind: to make this puffed-up two-faced brat pay dearly for daring to trick her. She cleared her throat and said, that was just him being able to cultivate to a slightly more powerful level of the Shattering Void tier. He might not necessarily be able to break through to the Immortal level. If he isn't able to reach the Immortal level, then no matter how monstrously powerful he is, won't he still be suppressed easily? Moreover, there are 5 great tiers within the Immortal level, which is further divided into 20 minor layers, with each step being much more difficult than the last. That's plenty to climb, so there's nothing to be proud of. Minister Lie burst out laughing and shook his head. You are not as skilled as the other party. You have already lost but still dare to look down on others? Oh, I was just careless. Li Weiwei ran to Minister Lie. Tugging at his arm, she stared at Ling Han, pointing at him. Whatever, Han, we shall have another match 10 days later. But this time it will be at the enrollment of the Northern Institution. I do not believe that I'm not able to defeat you. At this stage, conceding wouldn't make the other party give up, but instead make her look down upon him with even more disdain. Ling Han smiled lightly and said, sure. Then we will just have another match at that time. His response was mild and light-hearted, as if he did not take the matter seriously at all. Li Weiwei was so angry that she wanted to stomp her foot. This outrageous brat, how dares he disregard me like this? One should know that she was one of the 3 great beauties in the imperial capital. Who knew how many juniors of generals or important officials wanted to marry her? Yet she paid no heed to them. You are just a country boy but act like a snob. No, I can't wait for 10 days. If I have to endure such vexation for 10 days, I will definitely explode. Li Weiwei immediately turned around and left. She had to look for someone to lend her a hand in suppressing Ling Han. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to get any sleep tonight. This young woman was used to being willful. Minister Lie couldn't do anything about it. He really wasn't able to put on a serious face and berate her, so he could only shake his head and give a bitter smile. Then, his expression immediately turned businesslike as he said to Ling Han, do tell me more about your small world and the situation of splitting open the sky. Ling Han gave a mostly truthful account of the entire situation. Naturally, he mentioned neither the Black Tower, nor the fact that he had a past life. There was also some other important information which he had withheld, such as the Rock Palace and the Heavenly Emperor of Thunder and Fire, which had nothing to do with the splitting open of the sky. The left minister was quite a cautious person. Only after inquiring about every detail regarding the splitting open of the sky did he nod and say, according to Qingyun, you wish to enter the Scarlet Heaven Academy yourself. Yes. Ling Han answered respectfully. Although he had lived 2 lifetimes as a human, he really didn't know how many millennia younger he was compared to the left minister. Furthermore, the latter was also an elite of the heavenly body tier, so it was only right that Ling Han accorded him some respect. In the world of martial arts, the strong would always be respected. However, Ling Han would never bow to another. Given his proud and unyielding character, how could he bring himself to go down on his knees or bend his waist? Minister Lie smiled and said, since you can split open the sky, your battle prowess must have reached 20 stars of Shattering Void tier. Among the new students in this batch, your battle prowess should be the strongest. However, the enrollment of the Scarlet Heaven Academy isn't based on battle prowess, but rather martial arts talent, the strength of one's spirit and battle skills. If you want to enter the top 10 or even the top 3, it will be very difficult. He was totally not optimistic about Ling Han. How could the cultivators of a small world be more talented than the geniuses here? Not to mention that with the guidance of immortal level elites, there was no comparison when it came to battle skills either. How much of a gap would it be compared to the cultivators of a small world? And the spirit was the biggest shortcoming of cultivators of a small world. They had only begun to cultivate the spirit after reaching the Shattering Void tier. However, descendants of influential officials like Li Weiwei would have gotten a variety of treasures to nurture their spirit from birth. So, even if it was only 10 to 20 years, how many times stronger would their spirit be compared to those of cultivators from a small world? Therefore, if it was a competition on battle prowess, then Ling Han would basically be first place. However, according to the usual areas of assessment by the Scarlet Heaven Academy, entering the top 10 would be extremely difficult for Ling Han, what more getting first place. I am willing to give it a try, Ling Han said. He had full of confidence in himself. Minister Lie nodded. Given his cultivation level and status, having made time to see Ling Han was really already giving a lot of face to the latter. It was mainly because Ling Han had come by splitting open the sky, which was very rare, so he wanted to meet him once. Since he had met Ling Han, he then gave him a few words of encouragement, as the latter would be his subordinate after all. In these 10 days you will live here first. When you have entered the Scarlet Heaven Academy, then you may move there. Ling Han nodded and said, I appreciate your hospitality. For Chengyun, there was no need for Minister Li to speak out at all, and he had already gestured Ling Han to take his leave, saying, Lord Left Minister needs to rest now, so I shall bring you to settle down in a side courtyard. The two went out. Stroking his beard, Minister Li murmured, even though his talent may not be the best, seeing that he could come here by splitting open the sky, there must be something extraordinary about him. If there are any skills that shine during the enrollment, it would be worthwhile for me to nurture him. After all, that time is coming soon. Chapter 887, Luo Lie. Xiang Qingyun guided Ling Han to a different courtyard. The left minister's residence was indeed vast. There was more than 100 guest rooms. Each one was well proportioned and beautifully decorated, just like a delicate piece of artwork, causing observers to have a kind of irresistible urge to go in and disrupt the aesthetic perception. The left minister was a very busy man, and this popular figure serving under the left minister did not seem to be very free. Either after making arrangements for Ling Han's stay, he politely informed Ling Han that the latter might seek him out should any matter come up, then turned around and left. Ling Han certainly knew that Xiang Qingyun was merely being courteous towards him. What was his own identity? In fact, he was no different from the sovereign of a defeated country. Moreover, he hadn't even stepped into the immortal level, so how could he make others hold him in high regard? One's status ought to be earned through strength, not by crying or begging for it. Was the left minister given a high status when he was young? Was the Empress of Chaotic Stars declared the sovereign of an empire when she was young? They all had to start from scratch. Ling Han's attitude was quite placid. His current concern was entering the Scarlet Heaven Academy and learning alchemical and martial arts, advancing greatly in both areas. As for the art of battle formations, he would learn it if he had excess energy. Should he be too busy, then he could only give up on that subject. Biting off more than one could chew wasn't a good thing. When he was in the lower realm, it was because he had experienced 2 lifetimes as a mortal that he could afford learning all 3, but now that he had used up all the insider information that he possessed, everything had to start from scratch. The first step was to improve his strength up to 20 stars of Shattering Void tier. Within the immortal level, those who could cross over a minor layer in battle were known as 1-star genius. Following this logic, there were also 2-star genius, 3-star genius, and 4-star genius. According to Yi Shuang, she had come across ancient scriptures which mentioned that there was once a 5-star genius. In the immortal realm, such geniuses were as rare as the feathers of a phoenix. However, just because Yi Shuang hadn't heard of it did not mean that there was none here. After all, the distance between the two realms was far beyond description. Ling Han did not want to consider so much as long as he perfected his cultivation at each layer. Why should he be afraid when he was to battle with another at the same cultivation level? Peng. He had wanted to cultivate and raise the strength of his spirit, but didn't expect the courtyard door to be pounded upon loudly, and so anxiously as if someone was going to die. The person knocking on the door had to be a very impatient man. Ling Han walked over and opened the courtyard door. He saw a young man and woman standing at the door. The woman was someone whom he had just met earlier. She was precisely the youngest daughter of the left minister, Miss Li Weiwei. The man looked about 20 years old, but there was some fine facial hair at the corner of his mouth, indicating that he was really young. Luo Lie, go. Beat him up. Li Weiwei pointed at Ling Han as if she was ordering a dog. The young man was naturally Luo Lie. He was a descendant of a high-ranking official in the imperial capital and also a genius. He had ambitions to marry Li Weiwei, the beloved daughter of the left minister, so he would come by the left minister's residence when he had the time. He also had an older brother named Luo Ba, who was only 2 years older than him. He had also reached the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier. Moreover, Luo Ba was much more of a genius, his battle prowess almost reaching 19 stars. He was one of the 3 elites of the younger generation in the imperial capital. Of course, this young man had yet to reach the immortal level. Otherwise, no matter how monstrous a Shattering Void tier cultivator was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure from a single gaze of a cultivator of the Mountain River tier. This was the crushing pressure inflicted by immortals upon the mortals. Although Luo Lie wasn't as good as his older brother, he had also attained battle prowess of 17 stars, and was full of himself. Therefore, when he was incited by Li Weiwei earlier, he quickly ran over and wanted to give Ling Han a good beating in order to please Li Weiwei. You have offended our fourth young Mississippi. Why aren't you kneeling down to apologize? Luo Lie said proudly. He was self-absorbed with his own status. According to Li Weiwei, the other party had come from a small world. He naturally wasn't willing to exchange blows with Ling Han, considering this to be an insult to himself. Is he worthy? A lowly commoner from a small world. Li Weiwei immediately became dissatisfied. What she wanted wasn't for Ling Han to kneel down and apologize to her, but for Ling Han to be defeated. These two were completely different notions altogether. Could Luo Lie compare to her when it came to powerful influence? In this case, she wouldn't have to pull the other party all the way here. Ling Han gave a faint smile, thinking to himself, whether it is a small world or the immortal realm, people are actually all the same, the only difference being that people of the immortal realm are a little bit more powerful. However, the juniors of influential officials will inevitably be full of arrogance and order other people around. This was a disease which should be treated. I don't have a habit of kneeling down to others, why don't you give me a demonstration? Ling Han replied, not giving any face to the other party or Li Weiwei. He had already seen through it. This kind of crafty and unruly young lady couldn't be spoiled. The more she was spoiled, the more she would become stubborn and unreasonable. Luo Lie's expression immediately darkened. He said, a lowly commoner of the small world actually dares to talk back to me? Do you know what my Luo clan represents? It was a title of nobility granted by the Empress herself, inherited from generation to generation. Ling Han's expression immediately turned dark as he said, you keep on saying lowly commoner, but that won't highlight your nobility. Apologize to me, otherwise I will beat you up until you beg for mercy. Ha 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 ha. Luo Lie roared with laughter as he held his belly, saying, I could laugh myself to death. You, a lowly commoner of a small world, actually dared to ask me to apologize to you? Are you worthy? Are you worthy? Are you worthy? He repeated thrice, are you worthy, an assertion of his contempt towards Ling Han. Ling Han said coldly, this is the left minister's residence. I live here as a guest of the left minister. You came here to the left minister's residence to humiliate his guest. You are disrespecting the left minister. Fuck. Luo Lie was stunned and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. You really know how to pin the blame on someone else. I've only just called you a lowly commoner, and this is a fact. How did this relate to disrespecting the left minister? These words couldn't be taken to be true. Otherwise, he would be punished even if he was a descendant of the Luo clan. Contempt against the left minister was a serious crime. You are talking rubbish. He gasped. In this case, then you had better kneel down. Ling Han suddenly raised his voice. Luo Lie was genuinely stunned by Ling Han's roar, and almost went down on his knees. Fortunately, he abruptly recovered and stopped himself in time. Fuck him. Aren't these two different matters altogether? Why should I kneel? Luo Lie came to his own realization. Why should he go along with Ling Han's reasoning? His breathing quickened and his eyes were about to spit fire. The young master of the Luo clan was actually led around by the nose by a lowly commoner from a small world. He took out a sword from a spatial spirit tool, puffed up his chest and said, congratulations, you have successfully irritated me. I will teach you a good lesson and let you know that this is not a small world. With just your little bit of strength, you only deserve to be a bastard with your tail tucked in between your legs. Li Weiwei was also quite annoyed. I asked you to come and fight. What are you rambling on about? However, the two were finally getting into a fight, so she cast aside her annoyance. She did not tell Luo Lie that Ling Han came by splitting open the sky. She merely played down the details and just mentioned that Ling Han came from a small world. Otherwise, she was certain that Luo Lie wouldn't dare to fight with Ling Han. In her eyes, she had hoped that the one who would come to fight wasn't Luo Lie, but his older brother Luo Ba, one of the three elites of the younger generation in the imperial capital. It didn't matter. Once Luo Lie was defeated, the Luo clan would be humiliated. Could Luo Ba sit still and do nothing? Based on this, it could be seen that Li Weiwei was actually quite adherent to customs. Otherwise, it would have been very easy for her to mess with someone of the Shattering Void tier, there was an abundance of masters in the left minister's residence after all. However, it could also be seen that she was an extremely proud person, and disdained the use of status to suppress Ling Han. One had to rise from where one had fallen. However, Luo Lie naturally had been deceived by her. Chapter 888, Convinced Through Virtue. Ling Han did not intend to let Luo Lie off. He was an emperor, after all, the supreme leader of a small world. After entering the immortal realm, he had been oppressed on the left and suppressed on the right. Even though he'd been psychologically prepared, it didn't mean that he had no temper. Now that Luo Lie had provoked him, he would just use him as a punching bag to vent his frustration. Give him a beating, no big deal. In any case, he was also a guest of the left minister and the sovereign of a small country. No matter how small the country was, it would still rank higher than the Luo clan in terms of protocol. Therefore, even if he were to cripple or kill Luo Lie, the Luo clan could only bitterly swallow this loss. Even if they wanted to take revenge against him, they wouldn't send out an elite of immortal level, and could only send out someone of the Shattering Void tier. After all, everyone had to be seen adhering to the rules of propriety in public. However, if it was to be a battle between two Shattering Void tier cultivators, then why should Ling Han be afraid of anyone? Or rather, who could actually rival Ling Han? Even if the other party could use the power of the nation, nothing would change. Within 3 moves, I will make you kneel down and concede defeat. Ling Han said indifferently, but this actually exuded his domineering side. Li Weiwei couldn't help feeling somewhat baffled. It was something that she hadn't been able to see before. This aloof man actually had such a spirited side. At that moment, she suddenly recalled that the person in question had come by splitting open the sky. She still had no idea that at the time when Ling Han was splitting open the sky, he had been attacked by immortals. Otherwise, she would have been more shocked and even come to idolize him. I dare to ask the world, is there another who could do it? Luo Lie was mad with anger. You are just someone who came from a small world, yet you dare to be so arrogant? Do you really think this is a small world? He charged forward in one big stride, brandishing his long sword to stab at Ling Han's left shoulder. He wanted to pierce through Ling Han in a single strike. Ling Han put one hand behind his back, then flicked his finger. With a ding, the sword immediately rebounded. Ah! Luo Lie screamed loudly as the flesh between his thumb and index finger suddenly split open, and blood spurted from the wound. Pa 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 pa, and the long sword actually broke apart into 7 pieces and fell to the ground. Li Weiwei became numb and speechless, her mouth wide agape. What level of strength is this? Luo Lie's battle prowess was 17 stars of Shattering Void tier. The younger generation of the entire imperial capital knew about this. Even if he didn't use his full strength, it ought to be at least 16 stars. Just now Li Weiwei was naturally able to conclude this as she had the battle prowess of 16 stars herself. The power of 16 stars was actually no match for Ling Han. What was even more frightening was the sword. That level 10 spirit tool was broken apart before it could even unleash its might. She slightly stuck out her tongue as she had just come to a realization that Ling Han had gone a lot easier on her when they were dueling. Speaking of which, it was quite peculiar. If Ling Han was stronger than her by only 1 star or just by a little bit, the stifling pain in her chest wouldn't be easily relieved, but now that she had found out that his strength exceeded hers by so much more, she became convinced, and was even secretly a little grateful to Ling Han, who didn't let her lose too badly. It went without saying that a young woman's heart changed unpredictably, and was impossible to fathom. You, Luo Lie looked at Ling Han aghast. His face was filled with shock. He even doubted if his older brother was capable of such strength. Wasn't Ling Han a lowly commoner of a small world? How could he be this strong? You still have 2 moves. Ling Han said calmly as he extended his right hand and pressed gently. Boom. How powerful was his current strength? 16 stars of Shattering Void tier. It had completely reached the level of destroying 10,000 techniques with just 1 application of strength. When the strength pressed down, it was powerful like a tall mountain, immediately causing Luo Lie to be so shaken that he prostrated himself on the ground. Luo Lie only felt that there was a towering mountain pressing onto his back. He couldn't move a finger at all. Even the bones in his body were being broken with crackling ka, and cold sweat was streaming all over him. Unfortunately, although he was the junior of a high-ranking official, he did not have any official position, and wasn't engraved onto the totem. Therefore, he wasn't able to call upon the power of the nation, and naturally had no possibility of turning the tables. A person must remain humble. Bear in mind that there will always be others who are better than yourself, Ling Han said in a calm and composed manner. I have always convinced others through my own strength. Do you admit defeat or not? Boo. Li Weiwei suddenly burst into laughter. You are pressing down on Luo Lie with one hand and he almost spat out his tongue. Then you even said you convince others through your own strength. How shameless. Hey, how come the same shameless man actually made her feel amused now? Luo Lie had only one thought, which was, a wise man knew not to fight when the odds were against him. He quickly said, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. His chest was about to be crushed. Ling Han shook his head and said, You replied so quickly. It's obvious that you didn't properly reflect upon your mistakes and lack sincerity. Li Weiwei finally couldn't stop herself from laughing out loud. She was also a weird person. What she hated the most was following the rules. After seeing this side of Ling Han, she immediately developed a favorable impression of him, and became attracted to this fellow of similar mindset. Luo Lie spat out a mouthful of blood. He had come to exact retribution for Li Weiwei, but now that he had fallen into such a pathetic state, Li Weiwei neither asked to stop nor lent him a helping hand, and was instead laughing happily on the sidelines. What the fuck? I really admit defeat. He clenched his teeth. His tears came flowing down in disappointment. Since his childhood, when had he ever been so humiliated? Then I will spare you this one time. Ling Han retracted his hand, appearing indifferent. Luo Lie glanced at Li Weiwei, but he saw that the other party was not at all concerned with him. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and abruptly walked away. Having suffered such a great humiliation, he was also too embarrassed to entangle her again. Ha 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 ha. Li Weiwei was so ecstatic that she clapped her hands. However, after a fit of laughter, when she saw Ling Han had turned around and was about to return indoor, she couldn't help feeling annoyed. Taking large strides, she rushed past him and spread out both her arms to block Ling Han, asking, Whatever Han, why don't you ask me why I am laughing so happily? Although she hadn't reached 20 years of age, her body was very well developed. With this one action of spreading both her arms, the two mounds on her chest, plump and full of vitality, were bouncing up and down as if they were about to jump out. They stood erect, round and big. Ling Han readily accepted her point, asking, Why? Haha. Li Weiwei was beyond proud when she said, The imbecile earlier was such a nuisance. I have absolutely no interest in him, but he kept sticking to me all the time. Now that you have taught him a good lesson on my behalf, don't you think that I should be happy? Oh. Ling Han nodded. He walked around past her, intending to continue on his path. Hey hey hey. Li Weiwei quickly went to block him again, her towering chest almost touching Ling Han, but she did not notice it at all. There's more. Although Luo Lie's strength isn't that powerful, he still has an older brother called Luo Ba is very strong indeed. Reportedly his battle prowess has almost reached 19 stars. You've hit his brother, so Luo Ba will definitely not let the matter drop. At that time he will come to put you in your place. This strategy is called killing two birds with one stone. It serves to both ruthlessly humiliate that nuisance and teach you a good lesson. What do you say, aren't I a genius? She lifted her chin proudly, her neck as beautiful as that of a swan's. Ling Han smiled lightly and said, Amongst shattering void tier cultivators, I am invincible. It doesn't matter who comes. These words might make him sound like an arrogant prick, but coming from his mouth, it also exuded ultimate assertion. Li Weiwei could not help but stare blankly. Chapter 889, The Power of Regulation. After a moment of distraction, Li Weiwei swiftly halted Ling Han's movement again, saying, Do you know why the enrollment test of the Scarlet Heaven Academy isn't based on battle prowess, but rather martial arts talent, the strength of one's spirit and battle skills, these three areas? Oh, why? Ling Han asked with a smile. Actually, he really didn't want to indulge in idle chit-chat with this crafty and unruly young lady. The Immortal Realm's regulations were perfected, had planned to spend the next 10 days to cultivate the power of regulation. Perhaps he couldn't even scratch the surface with 10 days of cultivation, but it was better than squandering the time away. Li Weiwei was quite vexed. Why is this guy always giving me the cold shoulder? He was like this in front of my father and still the same now that we are alone. One should know that she was one of the 3 great beauties in the imperial capital. Who knew how many young elites would want to be alone with her? This blockhead from a small world. There must be something wrong with his brain, that's why he doesn't know how to appreciate my beauty. No, he must be an ice block. That's right. Otherwise, why would he be called Ling Han one? She snorted and said, because if you remain in the Shattering Void tier longer, you can always improve your battle prowess slightly. But in this world, the most important thing is still advancing through the cultivation levels. Your martial arts talent and strength of spirit will determine the speed of your advancement through the cultivation levels and the immortal level, and battle skills will be the key to victory in a battle between those of the same level. It makes sense. Ling Han nodded. This was truly the case, so he certainly agreed. Li Weiwei had the urge to strangle Ling Han to death. I have said so much, and you merely responded with an, it makes sense, in a dismissive manner? She pouted and said, blockhead, I will be looking forward to seeing you being taught a good lesson. Also, after 10 days if I win, then you will have to kneel before me and concede defeat. Ling Han burst out laughing. How was it possible that he would lose? He nodded and said, that's a promise. But what if I win? If you win? Bah. If you win, you win. Don't tell me that you even want me to proclaim defeat? Li Weiwei initially wanted to add on some grand speech, but then she recalled the strength he exhibited earlier, and thus immediately changed her mind. I am the daughter of the left minister, so I can be this willful. Infuriate you to death. Ling Han just smiled and did not take this to heart. He bypassed Li Weiwei and walked into the house. Li Weiwei thought to stop him, but after some consideration, gave up on the idea. It would be better to wait for Luo Ba to challenge Ling Han. At most, it would only be 10 days she would have another match with Ling Han then. She didn't believe that she would lose to Ling Han in the areas of martial arts talent, strength of the spirit and battle skills. As long as she won in one area, she could boast about it. Twinning in one area was still a win, right? As for the 2 areas that she lost? Pa. If that blockhead dared to bring this up, she would have his head. Ling Han returned inside the courtyard, and began practicing his cultivation in seclusion. Upon stepping into the Flower Blossom Tier 2, he would be placed above the rest. It would only be 10 days away. He didn't want to stir up any trouble. The regulations of the Immortal Realm were complete, and just by looking at the limited destructive power of the Shattering Void tier, it could be deduced that the space in this realm was stable to a terrifying degree. In a sense, the Immortal level was a process of comprehending the power of regulation. At different stages, comprehension of the power of regulation would be different, and the destructive power would also be different accordingly. Upon reaching the Genesis tier, just one thought could break limitless regulations and easily destroy a planet infinitely terrifying. However, whether it could be done just by attaining the minor accomplishment of the Genesis tier or one ought to reach the level of perfection, no one knew. After all, Yi Shuang was merely in the Sun Moon tier, while Qing Yun had only reached the Mountain River tier, so it would be impossible for them to know the different capabilities of the 4 minor layers within the Genesis tier. Ling Han closed his eyes, letting his spirit come in touch with this world, comprehending the power of regulation. A cultivator of the Shattering Void tier would have such preliminary qualification. Moreover, he had also refined a little demonic chi of the Azura Demon Emperor, and attained some power of regulation of the Netherworld. Although the powers of regulation of the 2 realms were completely different, at least they were on the same level. Inevitably, there ought to be some basis for reference. Suddenly he was struck with an idea. What if I could master the power of regulation of the 2 realms, Immortal Realm and Netherworld, at the same time? One hand is Yin and the other hand is Yang, like the opposing force between heaven and earth. Who could block a strike like this? But then he immediately shook his head. He hadn't any comprehension of the Immortal Realm's power of regulation, but what about the Netherworld? He was only now passively mastering traces of it, and still very far from reaching the level of minor accomplishment. Unless there is a chance to go to the Netherworld. This wasn't impossible. There were 2 weak spots in the barrier of the Immortal Realm. If the Netherworld could storm in here, then the Immortal Realm could also charge out of there. This would require extremely powerful strength. It would be akin to suicide if I go over now. Besides, I haven't even grasped the power of regulation of the Immortal Realm. Why bother to think about the Netherworld? He laughed in spite of himself, thinking that he was really too greedy. A period of 2 to 3 days passed by quietly. Unexpectedly, there was no movement in the Luo clan. Perhaps they knew that Ling Han would participate in the assessment of the Northern Institution, and planned to settle the disagreement at that time. On the contrary, Li Weiwei seemed to be hooked onto Ling Han. She would come to make a fuss at least every alternate day but would always leave in anger. She simply wouldn't learn her lesson, and would come to be angered again the next day. 10 days passed by quickly. Ling Han stopped cultivating and opened up his right palm. There were traces of interweaving golden light on it. That was the power of regulation, but it was just too weak. Limited to the realm, whether it was the Shattering Void tier, Mountain River tier, or other levels, there was a limit to the degree of comprehension of the power of regulation. Now there was still a very huge gap between Ling Han's current level and the highest limit of the Shattering Void tier. If this limit was compared to 100, then he had not even reached 1 yet. I may appear to have reached the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier, but there is still a lot of room for improvement. It's truly unsuitable to charge towards Immortal level. Just by surveying the Immortal level one could already tell which among those like Xiao Miaoyan and Wu Gaoyuan had not already reached the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier. Their battle prowess had also reached 18 stars, but why didn't they charge towards the Immortal level? It wasn't because they weren't able to, but rather because it wasn't the right time yet. Charging forward then would affect their battle prowess in the Immortal level. Who didn't want to become a 1-star, 2-star, or even 3-star or 4-star genius, or even barely limited to the legendary 5-star genius? Blockhead. Blockhead. Li Weiwei rushed over energetically. The admission examination for the Northern Institution has begun. Quickly, quickly. I must defeat you today and make you admit defeat. Ling Han gave a wry smile and said, "Okay, lead the way." Li Weiwei immediately rolled her eyes and said, "Why should I lead the way? Do you take me as your servant?" "I do not know the way," Ling Han replied. Li Weiwei couldn't help but be speechless. This reason was absolutely valid, so she had no basis for a rebuttal. She clenched her teeth in spite. How was it that this blockhead would always find a way to make her angry? She wasn't a narrow-minded person, but facing Ling Han would always give rise to a violent impulse in her. "Come with me." She led the way in front, but a moment later emphasized, "I am not leading the way for you, rather, you are my follower. Understand?" Ling Han just chuckled lightly, causing Li Weiwei to almost go berserk. Chapter 890, Gathering of Geniuses. Although there wasn't any fanfare accompanying the left minister's fourth young miss when she went out, the moment when Ling Han and Li Weiwei stepped out the residence, 4 ordinary-looking men immediately followed behind them. They were the bodyguards whom the left minister had arranged for Li Weiwei. One was an elite cultivator who had attained the level of perfection in the Mountain River tier. Within the entire Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire, there was scarcely any person with the capability to make these elites their bodyguards. Given the strength of Ling Han and Li Weiwei, it was naturally impossible for them to realize that these 4 elites were following behind them. They were heading eastwards to the Scarlet Heaven Academy, which was situated on the east side of the imperial capital, close to the city gates. They took a ride on the left minister's carriage. On the way, pedestrians stepped aside to let them pass, and even soldiers patrolling the streets stopped to salute, paying their respects. It could be seen that the left minister had widespread, powerful influence. In a small world, the spirit tool for flying had only one purposito save the energy of the cultivator. Its actual speed wasn't faster than that of martial artists, or even fast at all. But in the immortal realm, most of the vehicle's speed was faster than the cultivators themselves. Not to mention the god tool for flying, only someone with the power or level of strength as high as the left ministers could possess one. Hence, despite the imperial capital being outrageously vast, they arrived at the north gate of the academy in about 2 hours. Although there was only one Scarlet Heaven Academy, it was made up of 4 institutions, which had their own respective entrances. For example, the Northern Institution would use the North Gate. Generally, students from the respective institutions wouldn't visit other institutions. The competition amongst the 4 institutions was extremely fierce. If a student from the Northern Institution was to trespass into the territory of the Eastern Institution, he would definitely be given a good thrashing. At this moment there was a lot of people already waiting at the gate. Although the Scarlet Heaven Academy would recruit students every 5 years, this Majestic Empire was truly massive. Every time only a handful out of thousands would get accepted as students. The elimination rate was astonishing. Therefore, the first stage was naturally filtering the people. Those who appeared to have too poor an aptitude would be eliminated immediately so as not to waste time. The symbol of the left minister was really useful. Although the carriage itself could not go inside the academy, they were able to cut the queue and cross through the masses of people as vast as the ocean. They didn't have to waste the slightest bit of time in entering the academy grounds. Why are they allowed to cut the queue? That's right, we have all waited for several hours. Completely unfair. At this time, many young candidates raised their voices incessantly in anger, full of vigor. A guard at the academy sneered coldly and said, "If your father is the left minister, then naturally you can also jump the queue." Once this sentence had been said, everyone became silent. Left minister, how powerful a figure was he? The 4 bodyguards from the left minister's residence did not enter the academy, but dispersed, leaving only one person to keep watch near one entrance of the academy lest the naughty 4th young miss sneaked out. She had a history of committing such acts. After the 2 entered the academy's grounds, Li Weiwei was still leading the way. It was obviously not her first time here, as she navigated her way with ease. After a while of walking, she brought Ling Han to a public square. This was actually the center of the Scarlet Heaven Academy, wherein a white tower with 9 floors stood. A 9-story tower again. Humph. Small tower grumbled in a dissatisfied tone. How dares it imitate me? Destroy it. Ling Han couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He said, although it is also a 9-story tower, but it's white in color, which is very different from you. In any case, I don't like the sight of it. Destroy it. Small tower was obviously extremely tsundere. Don't mess around, this is the place that the Scarlet Heaven Academy will use for the assessment. If you want me to go destroy it, putting aside the question of whether I have such ability or not, even if I can, how many pieces do you think I will be chopped into? Ling Han said with a smile. The assessment of the Scarlet Heaven Academy was actually quite simple. One would enter the tower, and those who could climb to the 3rd floor would pass the assessment and be accepted as students of the academy. Naturally, the higher one could climb, the better the score would be. The top 10 students would receive focused training by the academy, especially the top 3, whose rewards would be a lot more. Can you guess who will get first place this time? It goes without saying that it must be Luo Ba. Not only is he one of the 3 elites of the younger generation in the imperial capital, he also has the most outstanding talent. I'm optimistic that he can get the first place this time. Hehe, you already said that there are 3 elites. Have you forgotten about Ji Yuner and Lin Yu? Yes, I am more optimistic about Ji Yuner. Just her being one of the 3 great beauties in the imperial capital is enough for me to support her. I am more optimistic about Lin Yu. Big brother Lin is a loyal friend, even willing to sacrifice himself. There was a lot of ongoing discussions. Despite there being different views, everyone had no doubt that Luo Ba, Lin Yu, and Ji Yuner would most likely advance and break through amidst the fierce competition. At the very least, the top 3 spots would definitely be occupied by them, the only suspense being who would get first place. You people are really too narrow-sighted. Are there no geniuses outside of the imperial capital? Some people argued, unconvinced. Ha 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 ha. This triggered hoots of laughter from the crowd. You are really naive. Do you know what kind of place the imperial capital is? The best of the empire are converging here. Forget the others and just refer to elites of the heavenly body tier. Where else can you find these elites other than in the imperial capital? They are all similarly nurturing their juniors. Do you think that those of the heavenly body tier would lose to others at the sun, moon, or mountain river tier? In martial arts, a difference in level by a minor layer is the gap between heaven and earth. The amount of resources possessed by the clans in the imperial capital is beyond your imagination. Although talent is important, there are many treasures in the world that can improve one's physique and battle prowess. No matter how you put it, one's background is the most important. Aha! Everyone nodded and agreed on this point. Talent could make up for background to a certain extent, but the problem was that those people with a background would also have talent. How could one compare? It would be futile to put in tremendous effort while other people also work hard. Observing the scene from one corner of the square, an elderly man in gray robes, who had his arms crossed behind him, said softly, "Everyone thinks that the trio of Luo, Lin, and Ji can get the first place in this assessment. How Fei, do you have the confidence to defeat these 3 people?" Please be assured, great-grandfather. I have been working hard for more than 10 years, bearing with loneliness and austerity. Wasn't all of that for today to shock the world with an amazing feat? Beside the old man was a young man who appeared to be no more than 20 years old, with a cultivation of the 9th layer of the shattering void tier. Haha, then great-grandfather shall be waiting to see you shine. The gray-robed old man laughed heartily. Logically, parents weren't allowed to enter the academy's grounds, but this didn't prevent some with certain privileges. For example, if the left minister wished to enter the academy, who would dare to stop him? However, the higher their position, the more they would pay attention to this aspect, and not easily give their political opponents a point that could be used to attack themselves. Therefore, few of them actually appeared. The young man clenched his fists and said, "Just you wait, today will be my day. Everyone can only look up to me, Cheng Haofei, from beneath my feet." In another corner, a young man with bare arms was concentrating on wiping a long saber. His eyes were extremely focused. Occasionally, when he raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the square would make others nearby go soft in the knees. One should know that all the others were similarly cultivators of the shattering void tier. Having the ability to make others cower with just a glance, how strong was this person? The first place shall belong to me, Ma Xing. Chapter 891, A Very Slight Effort. Let's begin, an important person of the academy said. There were bright images of a sun and moon behind him, which meant that he was a powerful elite of the sun-moon tier. Though he was only in the minor levels, this kind of elite was more than enough to gain the admiration of others. After entering into immortal level, every minor level was akin to tall mountain that people would exclaim at, and there were pitifully few that could conquer one mountain after another. The minor level of the sun-moon tier could be considered standing on the 5th tall peak, and this was an extremely tall peak. Climbing the previous 4 mountains could still be considered easy, but if one wanted to conquer this one, it was as difficult as touching the sky itself. Everyone held their breath, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Even if many here had come from prominent background, respect for strength was basic manners, and only spoiled young masters would behave arrogantly, knowing they had the support of their clan and background. The White Star Tower can accommodate 10,000 people at once. Line up and enter in turn. Once full, the tool spirit will naturally stop others from entering, this important person said. Make the most of your time and try to complete the assessment by today, everyone. Yes. Everyone could not help but nod. Influenced by the aura of an elite, their emotions were uncontrollably affected as well. Everyone arranged themselves into lines, and entered one by one that 9-storied white tower. It was obviously a treasured spirit tool that possessed an independent space. Otherwise, it was definitely impossible that 10,000 people could enter at the same time to undergo the assessment. However, this test was conducted really quickly. Without waiting for all 10,000 people to enter, there were people coming out already. The pace of exchange had even caught up to the speed of people entering into the tower. Every time someone passed through the test on each floor, this treasured tower would correspondingly make that floor light up. The results would be recorded by the tool spirit. No one could cheat. If anyone really wanted to fool this god tool, that was actually more difficult than passing through this 9-storied tower. Those that were determined to aim for good results all tacitly stayed at the back, wanting to appear on stage as the climax. Blockhead Luo Lie is right over there. Go and greet him. Li Weiwei urged. Is it really all right for you to act like that? Ling Han shook his head and chuckled in spite of himself. This willful and unruly young miss was really bearing a grudge against him, tirelessly wanting him to be defeated. He was naturally not going to go over, but the Luo brothers had also spotted him. Luo Lie immediately looked furious, and spoke a few words lowly to the ear of a young man beside him. The two of them then walked over. The other person was naturally Luo Ba. Now this person did not just have an empty reputation. His body was as tall and sturdy like a tyrannical king's, and his aura was even more incredible. There were halos of divine light flickering around him as if he was the son of a god. Greetings, fourth young miss. The Luo brothers paid their respects to Li Weiwei simultaneously. Li Weiwei nodded back in an aloof manner. She was the daughter of the left minister, and the descendants of noble background in the imperial capital that could stand equal with her could be counted on one hand. Luo Ba then turned to look at Ling Han and said calmly, "This must be Brother Ling who has come from a small world, right?" "I am Ling Han," Ling Han replied, similarly very calm. "Thank you for your guidance of my younger brother." Luo Ba said darkly, flames of rage jumping in his eyes. Although the Luo clan was not in the top tier of noble clans in the imperial capital, they were not an existence that could be humiliated by the likes of a lowly commoner from a small world either. Ling Han chuckled and replied, "It was only a very slight effort, don't mention it." Fuck. The Luo brothers were both thrown into a towering rage. They were absolutely not thanking him, all right? Luo Ba was obviously making an ironic remark and you actually took it seriously. Luo Ba could not help but humph and said, "No one can humiliate members of my Luo clan." At first he had wanted to beat down on Ling Han verbally, but he'd never imagined that Ling Han was not the type to react as expected, causing the strike that he delivered to have no effect at all. On the contrary, it was him who felt very displeased. Hence, he directly revealed his violent nature. "Oh, you want a fight?" Ling Han asked, smiling. In the Shattering Void tier, there was really no one he was afraid of, not even the Empress of Chaotic Star's Majestic Empire. Let's see if he wouldn't thrash her to the point of submitting and calling him Big Brother if she suppressed her cultivation level to the Shattering Void tier. Fight, fight. Li Weiwei, meanwhile, immediately began to wave her small fists around, wishing for the whole world to be in chaos. Luo Ba sneered coldly and said, "You are really quite crafty. This is the Scarlet Heaven Academy, who would dare to be impudent here? However, even if you enter into the academy, I will still challenge you, and if you are unable to enroll into the academy, then you're dead." Ling Han rubbed his chin with a smile and said, "Is it really all right for you to threaten me like this? Aren't you afraid that you are not my match, and instead will be beaten into begging for mercy from me?" Haha. Luo Ba laughed coldly. What a joke. He was one of the well-known figures among the younger generation of the Luo clan, and had extremely high expectations placed on him. How could he possibly be defeated by a lowly commoner from a small world? If it were not for the fact that he wanted to attempt to reach the highest battle prowess of 20 stars of Shattering Void tier, with the resources of the Luo clan, he would have long since been able to advance into the Immortal level. But for a brighter future, he would not attempt to break through into the Immortal level before he reached 100 years of age unless he could reach 20 stars of battle prowess first. That was a very common understanding. Everyone would attempt to reach the highest limit of battle prowess of 20 stars of Shattering Void tier before they were 100 years old. They were still young anyways. And if they broke through after reaching 20 stars of Shattering Void tier, they would be able to become a 1-star genius and possess the super battle prowess that could allow them to cross over a subminor level in battle to fight a stronger opponent. "You just wait and see," he said word by word. "Do you have a stutter?" Ling Han said, making a pretense of being worried. "How pitiful. The younger brother is an idiot, and the elder brother is a stutterer." Sigh. The Luo brothers were both enraged, and felt an uncontrollable urge to rush over and make a move on Ling Han. They just barely managed to control this urge. If they rashly made a move in the academy, especially on such an important day like today, then it would be useless even if they had the backing of the Luo clan. The result would be a definite expulsion from the academy, and them being eternally banned from entering it again. "Let's go, we're going in to take the assessment." Luo Ba held onto his brother so that the latter would not rashly make a move and in the end cause himself great trouble. Power was the rule here. He wanted to climb to the 5th floor of the tall tower, and make everyone know that he, Luo Ba, was the only ruler of the younger generation. After a while, the 4th level lit up. If they could advance one more step and reach the 5th level, they would have hopes of becoming a 1-star genius. Is there something like that? Of course. What do you think this assessment is for? This is a test of your future potential. The 5th level means you can become a 1-star genius, the 6th floor means 2-star, the 7th level means 3-star, the 8th means 4-star, and the 9th level, 5-star. Of course, this is only potential and not definite. It will still depend on your own individual effort. Thus, those that had not passed the assessment previously can also come back to participate as long as they are no older than 100 years. After all, your hard work can produce a change in yourself. Furthermore, it is also possible that you encounter some kind of fateful opportunity too, letting you pass next time. I see. The rookies all nodded and looked at that 9-storied white tower simultaneously. Although the 3rd level would light up occasionally, it was the first time for the 4th level to light up. Who is that fierce? Who else? Didn't you all see Luo Ba go in? So it was him. No wonder he could pass the 4th level. I don't know if he will be able to make the 5th level light up as well. That's a bit difficult, but it is not impossible. Just as the spectators were talking, the 5th floor of the tower lit up. All of a sudden, a stir was created among the crowd. Chapter 892, 5th Level Genius. 5th Level. As expected of Luo Ba, someone who is highly likely to become a 1-star genius. A genius difficult to encounter even in 100 years. Everyone exclaimed in shock, their admiration and envy clear in their words and expressions. This was the best result so far. Hey, do you think that Luo Ba has a chance of advancing further, passing through the 6th level and becoming a 2-star genius? It'd be difficult. The gap between 1-star and 2-star genius is the gap of a subminor level, and apparently, this kind of genius would only appear once every 1,000 years. It's hard to say. After all, we are the chaotic star's majestic empire. Our territory is too vast, and the number of geniuses that appear is naturally much, much higher. In other royal empires there may appear a few 1-star geniuses in one go, but for us, there can possibly appear a 2-star genius. Though that's true, it is still more difficult for a 2-star genius to appear. As far as I know, presently, there is less than 100 2-star geniuses in the whole Scarlet Heaven Academy, right? Even though this figure looked very big, what kind of entity was the whole of the Scarlet Heaven Academy? It was a place that had brought together all the geniuses of the whole chaotic star's majestic empire in the several thousand years past and present. Going by such calculations, 100 was really actually not that many. Let's see. Everyone was staring at the 9-storied white tower. If the 6th level of the tower also lit up, it meant that Luo Ba might become a 2-star genius in future. But after a long time, the 6th level still did not light up, and Luo Ba had already walked out of the tower. He had not been able to pass through the 6th level. This caused the higher-ups of the academy to feel slightly regretful. At first, they had looked very optimistically on this young man, but Luo Ba was ultimately unable to perform a miracle. But this was normal. 2-star geniuses were really much too rare. Even with the environment that was the chaotic star's majestic empire, at most only one had appeared in this decade. Furthermore, it was not impossible for Luo Ba to advance further in the future and become a 2-star genius. Of course, it was also possible that he might not even reach the level of a 1-star genius. This assessment was only a test of potential after all. Very good, very good. I asked Lord Tool Spirit just now, though Luo Ba couldn't pass through the 6th level, he has still completed the tests on the first 2 stages of the 6th floor. This result is extremely good, and in previous years he would have been able to rank in the top 3. Even if he got the first place, it would not be strange. Ho ho, we finally got a good sprout. Several elites of the Northern Institution spoke amongst themselves. They could finally breathe in relief. Obviously, the more talented and excellent the students they enrolled were, the more they could hold their heads high in the institution. With how dazzling the spotlight was on Luo Ba now, it made the other geniuses restless. They all entered into the tower to undergo the assessment in turns, and all of a sudden, there were considerably many more people coming out of the 4th floor, but Luo Ba was still the only one who could pass through to the 5th level. Blockhead, are you feeling the pressure yet? Li Weiwei elbowed Ling Han and said, as expected of a genius that can stand on the same level as Big Sister Yun. He actually managed to pass through the 5th level. So I can only pass through to the 4th level at most. Her expression was filled with disappointment. Although she had long since known that she was not as talented as the top-tier geniuses, she still felt down now that things had come to a head. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, then just wait and see how I will sweep aside all geniuses and proudly claim the first place. Show off. Li Weiwei rolled her eyes exaggeratedly and said, I'll go first. However, since you speak so confidently, then you'll be the last to go on stage. Let me see how you amaze everyone, all right? Fine. Ling Han nodded. Looking at this rate, the assessment could definitely be completed today. Then, it was going to be a wait in any case, so there was no difference between going in earlier or later. Li Weiwei ran into the tower, and spent about 30 minutes time before she finally completed her assessment. The longer one took, the better the results should be. Indeed, she had passed the 4th level but lost on the tactics stage of the 5th level. There was nothing to be done about it. Spirit and even talent itself could be boosted with treasures, but combat tactics required understanding through personal experience. Look, the 5th level has lit up again. Exclamations rang out. Everyone raised their heads, and saw that the 5th level had indeed lit up. A sliver of darkness instantly appeared on Luo Ba's face. A person that had passed through the 5th level could possibly become a threat to him, which made him feel much pressure. Brother, don't worry. You have passed the first 2 stages. As long as this person can't pass through the 6th level, then he would only be on the same level as you at most. Moreover, in my opinion, it is extremely likely for that person to be disqualified in the first 2 stages ahead, Luo Lie said. Luo Ba nodded slowly. He was very confident in himself, but still fixed his eyes on the entrance of the 9-storied tower, hoping that he could see that person exit quickly. The earlier he came out, the faster it implied he had been disqualified, and naturally the smaller the possibility he had of passing through the first 2 stages ahead. Quite some time had passed, yet the 6th level ultimately still did not light up. A tall young man walked out, slovenly in dress and manner, unrestrained and careless. So it turned out to be Brother Lin Yu. No wonder he could pass through the 5th level. Who knows how he compares against Luo Ba? Humph, Brother Lin would definitely not be worse off than Luo Ba. Many spoke up. They were very much convinced of this Lin Yu's ability, and every one of them gave off a feeling cordial familiarity. Everyone knew that Lin Yu was loyal, and as long as you managed to get his approval, then he would think of a way to help you no matter how big the problem you encountered was. In the young generation of the imperial capital, who would not give a big thumbs up and call out Brother Lin when they spoke of Lin Yu. Thus, when they compared Lin Yu and Luo Ba together, it became very obvious whom everyone was supportive of. It definitely had to be Lin Yu. Luo Ba could not help but humph, his expression even darker. Although he clearly knew that Lin Yu's results were the same as his at most, he still felt very displeased. Here's another 5-story genius. Unfortunately, he has similarly fallen at the 3rd stage of the 6th level, if not, sigh. The elites of the Northern Institution all felt very pleased, but slightly regretful as well. After all, Lin Yu had just been a bit away from passing the 6th level. In the crowd, that young man with bare forearms jumped down from a huge rock. Showing a smile of confidence, he strode towards the 9-storied tower. He was really forceful, and as he walked, the people in his surroundings would all give away. Some had even flopped down to sit on the ground as if they were mortals that had come up against a fierce beast, so terrified that their hair stood on ends. Who's this person? What a frightening aura. I know he's an amazing genius from the wild mountains in the south. He just arrived in the imperial capital a few days ago. He fought a successive 13 battles in the ranking battles of the battle arena, gaining a successive 13 victories. What? He actually managed to win 13 successive matches in the battle arena. Then he would at least be able to become a 1-star genius in future, right? And, according to the rules of the ranking battles in the battle arena, winning 10 matches consecutively is the standard of a 1-star genius. Then had he lost in the 14th match? No, he just did not choose to continue fighting. Why? He said he was hungry and didn't want to fight anymore. Pooh. Once these words were heard, it instantly caused a great many to choke with laughter. His reason was actually that. Was this guy a glutton? He really proved himself as one who had come out of the wild mountains. However, this guy's aura is really quite scary. Even if I am the same as him in ability, merely standing in front of him to battle, I would only be able to exhibit 10% of my battle prowess at most. Not fighting, yet he can scare off enemy troops. This is the appearance of a natural ruler. After laughing, everyone's expressions became serious. This person was very frightening. What's his name? Ma Xing. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.